state law that a person is prohibited from willfully and knowingly casting a ballot.
Okay, folks, we're a little past 1. We're going to get going here. We've got Senator Mounts in the house. Okay, sure. Johnny, come on up here on Senate Bill 302. Let's see, we've got you. We've got one virtual witness, and that's the extent of the testimony on this one, which we like.
That's right. Good local bill.
Hold on 1 second. Looking for a pen. Okay, we're good. Okay, Senator, you're going to present Senate Bill 302. Then we're going to go to the one virtual witness, and that'll be the extent of it. So it's all yours.
Chairman, thank you. And members of the committee, it's a great honor to be here with you. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present this legislation. It's very straightforward, very simple. I'll get to the point. The bill is SB 302. It's a Talbot County bill. It's on behalf of the Talbot County Board of Education. Right now, by statute, the Board of Ed is required to appoint its officers in the month of January. That has become a problem in the budgeting process. And so the county has requested that we move that date to December. So that way they would have a president and vice president to present the school board budget to the county. I'd ask for a favorable recommendation by the committee. And I'm honored to have our one virtual guest, who is our superintendent of Talbot County Schools and also a classmate of mine at St. Michael's High School. So if anyone would like to get the dirt on Senator Mounts, she's under oath when she's testifying. She'll have to give you the straight scoop. So with that, I'd ask for a favorable. Thank you.
Well, first of all, we don't swear witnesses under penalty of perjury in the state of Maryland. This is not the U.S. Congress, so she can say anything she wants to say about you. It's not going to be a subject to some kind of jail time if she's lying. In any event, any questions for our sponsor? No. Are you trying to punch? No. Oh, okay, good. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, we are going to go to the superintendent. I don't want to botch up. Peppa Q.
It's a superintendent Sharon Pepakaya.
Pepakaya. I didn't want to mess up. Pepakaya. Okay.
1, 2, 3. Pepakaya.
Okay, Superintendent Pepakaya. We're going to bring you in here for your testimony on Senate Bill 302. Okay, there you go, Superintendent, and you can tell us anything you want about Senator Mounts.
I'm keeping my secrets close to me. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for having me. My testimony today is in favor of Senate Bill 302, the Talbot County Board of Education election of officers. This bill would allow our board members to nominate and elect our board officer positions in December rather than January. The elections take place and our new board members are sworn in. They're elected on in November. They're sworn in the beginning of December, but our office elections don't take place until January. Therefore, in the month of December, when we're talking about pertinent issues on the agenda, fiscal year proposals for our budget, we don't have any officers. This current year, we had our president, but our vice president did not go for another term. Therefore, we did not have a vice president sitting in December. So what this bill will do will allow us to have our officers elected for December, and that leadership lapse will not be there, and we'll be able to have a seamless process in talking about pertinent agenda items. So we strongly encourage this date change. It'll provide smooth transition for our new board members, allow the board members, the officers to be elected the month following those board elections, and third, be able to not have that lapse in leadership. And so for all these reasons, we support Senate Bill 302.
Okay, Senator, first of all, if you can get us a delegation letter, we need an actual, delegation letter, and we can move on this quickly.
Yes, sir.
Any questions for the superintendent? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 302.
Thank you.
And we're going to next move to Senate Bill 388. Senator Lewis Young, and you have two sponsor panelists. Martin Kerrigan and Catherine Carter. Yeah. Okay, Senator, Senate Bill 388.
Thank you. This bill is about a standardized behavioral health questionnaire for students, development and the implementation of this bill. First, I want to tell you what a student behavioral health questionnaire is. It is something that a parent or guardian would fill out when they register their student for the school year, and they could update the questionnaire annually. The parents are given the opportunity to inform the school of any health issues, such as allergies or health history, disability, brain injury, that could cause a problem with learning. Obviously, the school would need to know about this, but also it's a good indicator of whether or not additional resources might be needed. Now, some school districts give the parent an opportunity already to request help with finding health resources in their school, and they do have behavioral health questionnaires, but they really vary across the spectrum. For example, on the one extreme, there's a school that has 30 questions on the questionnaire, and another school with one very broad, vague question that says, do you have any health concerns for your child? So what this bill would do is make a technical change to the blueprint from a student behavioral health screening to student behavioral health questionnaire. And what that does is actually give the parent or guardian a greater ability to actually provide input, provide clarity, and help the education expert so that they can participate with the child's opportunities. The way it would be executed is the Blueprints Maryland Consortium on Coordinated Community Supports, which is made up of education and behavioral health experts. They would develop guidelines in consultation with a variety of stakeholders, eye doctors, school nurses, audiologists, a data protection expert. You might ask, why data protection expert? This bill passed in the House last year with an amendment to add the data protection expert for obviously privacy and confidential reasons. So then each district's behavioral health service coordinator would develop and implement their own behavioral health questionnaire based on the guidelines. So what does this do? It still gives each school district the flexibility to do their own thing based on their needs, but at least it provides some guidelines so that it's not totally standardized, but with guidelines, perhaps some better questions could be asked that would lead to greater supports. I do want to mention that this is optional. The parent is not forced in any way to fill out the questionnaire. They can opt out, but then they also have the opportunity to provide helpful input. I think that that's a pretty good overview, and I'll leave it to the experts to provide more specifics. Thank
Okay,
you.
We're going to go to the experts. We've got Ms. Carter. We're going to start, and then Mr. Carey, unless you had a preference on sequence. Ms. Carter, and again, each of you now will have 2 minutes to testify. Ms. Carter, start.
Hi, my name is Catherine Carter. I'm a vision and health advocate, and I am asking for a favorable report for SB 388. This bill complements the work of the Blueprint for Maryland's Future and the Blueprints Maryland Consortium on Coordinated Community Supports that this body passed by enabling this group of experts to create guidelines for the schools to follow for their parent-student health questionnaires at registration. It also allows parents to ask for help and to keep their students' needs updated annually. So just kind of looking at, as a parent, this gives me an opportunity to basically report and know what to tell the schools and what they would need to know. This questionnaire is given to parents at registration and annually at registration updating, because every year I am asked to update my registration. I'm asked to update any of the information such as emergency contacts and so forth. And it makes sense, since health does change, that I would be given a chance to update any of the changes in my students' health. Creating guidelines and equity for current student health questionnaires, because as you can see in my testimony and also on the back, it's all over the place. And that is inequality when it comes to a parent may not know what to tell the school. I was a newbie and I didn't know what to tell the school. And these questionnaires can both educate the parents on what was need to be told, but also allow us to educate the school on what our kids' needs are. It also can be used, these questionnaires that are currently being used, as a more effective tool to connect parents like me with students in need to blueprint school and community resources. And the really nice thing is that the consortium would review the guidelines every 5 years with the data experts to improve on those. And I ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kerrigan.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. I'm here today to offer support for Senate Bill 388. I've been a special education teacher in Maryland for over 20 years. I serve as the chairperson of the Maryland State Traumatic Brain Injury Advisory Board, and I hold advanced degrees in special education with an emphasis on acquired brain injury. I submitted a written testimony that has data and statistics in it. The bottom line of that data is that students with behavioral health concerns and brain injury are greatly underrecognized in Maryland schools and across the country. Instead of repeating what I've already submitted in written testimony, I'd like to share the stories of two different students. The first student was a young man I worked with at a locked door residential facility for students with emotional disturbance. This young man came to school with a lot of difficulty regulating and controlling his emotions and behavior. He could best be described as all over the place. While sitting in his treatment team and reviewing his files, I saw it documented that this young man had been riding on the back of a moped without a helmet when he fell off and hit his head. In a matter of a couple months, the student went from attending his neighborhood school and with his family to now being in one of the most restrictive placements in the state. This meant that every other placement the student was at felt that they could not educate this young man. When I brought up the possibility of brain injury being a cause of the student's difficulties, it was the only mention of brain injury in any of the records other than the description of him falling off the back of the moped. The second student I'd like to tell you about is a young lady who sustained several serious concussions as a middle schooler. Though she was diagnosed with and treated for concussion, her school is resistant to provide intervention and supports. Fortunately, she had a fierce advocate in her mother, who also happened to be a social worker. Because her mother had the proof and knowledge of her daughter's brain injury, she was able to get her daughter the right interventions and supports until she fully recovered. This young lady never had to leave her home school and was able to continue her education. She has since gone on to college, has earned a degree, and is now a contributing member of society. These two individuals represent countless students in our state. Because of awareness, one student was able to get the appropriate services and the other was not. The CDC calls traumatic brain injury the silent epidemic. By many accounts, it is the leading cause of death and disability in school-aged children. There's a significant discrepancy between the number of school-aged Marylanders being treated for brain injury and those that are being identified. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate a favorable report for Senate Bill 388.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the sponsor or the two witnesses? Senator Carrozza. Senator Carrozza, then Senator Augustine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for this bill. And one question for the Senate sponsor, but Mr. Kerrigan, thank you for your work both as a special education teacher and your work with traumatic brain injury and for connecting the dots. I was reading the testimony from the Maryland School Psychologists Association, and I think I've mentioned to you before about my nephew being a school psychologist, so probably have enough information to be dangerous here. But would you accept the recommendation of adding a school psychologist to the list of professionals in the bill?
I think it's a reasonable recommendation.
Thank you.
Senator Augustine.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the bill. I am supportive of the idea. I am unsure about striking a screening, which is what this is doing. I'd like to understand the rationale for striking a screening. That's one. And the second issue or concern that I have, having worked in this space quite a bit, is that some of our kids who need help the most, sometimes it's the parents who actually are a real part of the issue and the concern. And so taking away and creating this mechanism, I'm fearful might leave some of our most vulnerable and students who are most in need without sort of like a place in here. And then I'll also just add on to that too. I'm searching in here in this testimony for the folks who I work with quite a bit on this, like NAMI and Maryland Mental Health Association, and I do not see them in here where they talked to or consulted about this.
Do you know?
I might be able to answer that question. The reason why the last question is because the consortium itself has an extensive number, and in my testimony, I list out all the members of that consortium. So there's a large amount of expertise already there. The consultants were based on who was not currently on that as an outside resource that was not currently in there. The second question is
Can you just repeat
ahead.
that for me? I'm trying to understand what you're saying, that they are a part because they're a part of the consortium.
yes,
So the consortium so the consortium
Sure.
members, and then this is in consultation, these are additional people to help with it, is what you're
yes,
saying?
additional
Okay.
experts that based on what I saw with the current questionnaires like traumatic brain injury, school
Mhm.
nurses, audiologists, eye doctors, would add that extra expertise to the consortium, which has a very large number of mental health experts and educational experts on it.
Okay.
I hope that answered that part of the
That does.
question.
I'd like to respond to your first question because you raise an excellent point, and I share the concern as well. I'm not so sure it should be an either or situation.
Oh, that's what I'm saying, Senator. I
I,
agree.
I believe that the motivation was probably to get more specific knowledge on the child and not put the burden on those individuals in the classroom that may have classrooms that are too large to begin with to have to do that screening. That it would be more tailored to the child by having the parent share information that could be relevant that a teacher or a classroom assistant might not notice for months. I truly believe they need to work together. Probably shouldn't be an either or situation. And because the parent has the option to not opt out, you almost have to have the screening as well. So I agree.
You look like, do you have a follow-up on that, or you're good? Okay. Okay, well.
Gonna have to work on, I guess, is within the context of the bill, and I'm happy to work with you on this.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's a normal legislative process, why we have hearings. Vice Chair Kagan, and Senator Gallion, then Senator Hester. Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Chair. Senator Lewis Young, thank you.
Am I on?
Too many buttons on right now.
Okay, everybody turn off your
Senator
button. I have the sequence. You turn your button off. We got 2 minutes.
Sorry, thank you. I have a question about confidentiality, and it may not be that you know this, and I don't know if either of you two, but I wonder if someone might be listening who can help answer that question. But we're giving a lot of really personal information, HIPAA protected information, my child's mental and physical health and challenges as related to their ability to learn or something. I just wonder how it's being stored, who has access to it. I'm a million% sure that we don't sell the information to anyone or share it inappropriately, but I would love some reassurance. I don't know whether that needs to be incorporated in the bill or it's covered elsewhere in the code, but when it's convenient, again, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, so maybe there's another conversation unless we've got an expert in the room who knows the answer.
Conversation happened already, and I can get the detail because, as I mentioned earlier, that the House version that passed last year put on the amendment about confidentiality. And I suspect the conversation that prompted that is the kind of thing you're looking for.
So the word confidentiality is not in this section of
Right.
the code or in this bill. So maybe it's elsewhere in the code. So maybe if there's an IT person or a student data person, with all due respect, not so much an advocate in the school or as a parent, but really someone from MSDE or DO-IT, the Department of Information Technology or something, who can offer some reassurance or guidelines. And again, maybe council can offer coaching before we, when we next discuss this. So thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Senator Gallion, and then we'll go to Senator Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I had questions about the confidentiality thing too, but just to kind of piggyback on that, the form. In order to verify that it's actually a parent or guardian that's returning that, is there like some kind of signature or what's the process to make sure that you're getting that accurate information is coming from the family? Is there any like safeguards in place? Just curious.
I'm not sure, do you?
I can speak to what I've seen in counties, and then what I do for my 5 kids is, for me, it's an online form and I update it. Or when I first registered my child, I fill out the form, and in some counties it's paper form, but in a lot of counties it's online, where I have a password and I have a username and my kids are all listed on there. And it's just a quick update if I've already registered them, and it's just a quick click if anything changes. And as far as your concerns about data, there are federal and state protocol and so forth. I even looked up on the U.S. Department of Education yesterday that there is a FERPA and HIPAA guidelines provided by the U.S. Department of Education. And being that the consortium is made of those experts, I think it's quite warranted that that guideline should be disseminated out to all the counties to ensure that they're following those.
Also, I'd add to that, I mentioned earlier that some schools are already sending questionnaires out now. And I'm sure whatever their protocol is, they would continue to have. And again, for every county, it's probably going to be somewhat different, but consistent with the manner in which they collect parental authority now.
Okay, let's go. Senator Hester, did you still have a question? And then we'll go back to the Vice Chair. Senator Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to welcome Ms. Carter to the committee room. She's from my district, so it's always good to see a friendly face. And I'd like to thank the senator for the bill. And I support the bill. My question is about the role of the consortium, which I serve on. It was narrowly created to develop this framework around these community supports partnerships and leveraging Medicaid and positive classroom environment. So far, the only thing that we've done in the past couple of years is to work specifically on those things. So this additional ask seems like it seems like it's really different than what we're currently doing. And so my question is, have you talked to anybody, the chair or the staff of the consortium? And did you consider other bodies that actually might be better to do this?
I have not. My cross filer who carried this bill last year may have had more conversations, and I will check with her to see who else she's spoken with.
Be clear that I really do support the bill. I just this group right now is so busy with these other things. It just seems like this is really down in the weeds on something specific that the group's not currently. So I would just encourage you to have those conversations.
So you think it's a good idea, it just may not be executed through this particular group. Okay.
Hey, Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I continue to read the bill, Senator Lewis Young, they talk about the screening, the questionnaire. I have 2 questions. One is, do you envision or do you know whether it would be electronic or paper?
I do not know.
Okay.
Do you know?
So I suspect there may be flex, but what if I don't have a computer or I don't?
Yeah, I think you have to have the paper option.
So I think that's something we ought to think about. Then there's the environmental piece. And if it's on the computer, it's easier to store. So I think that's
Right.
something you might want to think about. And the other question, because of the linguistic diversity of my district, I really have to just verify
Yes.
and get reassurance that that questionnaire needs to be accessible in all languages.
That's
And
my next bill.
I think that needs to be this bill,
No, I know.
because if it's given to me in English and I only speak Korean or Spanish or Vietnamese or Urdu, I'm not going to be able to, describe my child's challenge very well. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, we do have one additional witness signed up, Brian Pugh. Mr. Pugh, signed up favorable. And you've got 2 minutes.
So good afternoon. My name is Brian Pugh, representing the Brain Injury Association of Maryland. For 40 years, our organization has been providing information, assistance, education, and advocacy to address the needs of the over 605,000 Marylanders living with a brain injury and their families and the healthcare providers who service them. We are here to ask this committee to give a favorable report to SB 388. A brain injury in childhood can have lifelong consequences for both the child and their family. Symptoms and impact of a brain injury vary based on the part of the brain injured, the severity of the injury, and the age and development of the child. SB 388 seeks to provide questions to help identify students with behavioral service needs like those that can be created by a brain injury, such as cognitive impairment. Brain injuries can cause cognitive impairments like memory issues, problem solving, and attention deficit disorders. These impairments can lead to issues with daily functioning, social interactions, and academic performance. Emotional issues. Brain injuries can lead to emotional issues such as depression, anxiety, and difficulty regulating emotions. Those emotional issues can affect behavior, such as causing difficulty in social interactions and managing relationships. Impulsivity. Impulsivity can be an issue for those with brain injuries, which can lead to behaviors that are inappropriate or dangerous. It can be difficult for these individuals to control their impulses, and this can lead to further social and behavioral issues. SB 388 is a step towards ensuring that all our children have a chance to get the behavioral services they need to become the best version of themselves. We ask this committee to give the favorable report to SB 388.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions for the witness? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 388. We're going to next turn back to Senator Lewis Young for Senate Bill 389. And with that, we've got one sponsor panelist, Anne Marie Forrester Liu from the Maryland State Education Association. And so Senator, Senate Bill 389.
Senator Kagan, when I said next bill, I meant literally next bill. This bill is called the dual language bill. So a little different, but same theme. So I'm not going to give the committee a bunch of statistics on how much more diverse our population has become. I'm sure you're well aware of that. But there are over 98,000 English learners in our state. And over the past 10 years, this has increased by 95%. And that trend is projected to continue. The overwhelming majority of those students speak Spanish, and they speak that language in their homes, and most of them are elementary school students. The U.S. Department of Education has reported a shortage of teachers who are prepared to teach bilingual education courses in Maryland, and this is based on school data for the 2021-22 school year. But the blueprint of comprehensive plan submitted to us this past December by the Accountability and Implementation Board did present some solutions for the problem. Primarily, they claimed it's important to increase the rigor of teacher preparation programs and licensure requirements to make sure all teachers are prepared to serve English learners. Now, there are several other states that have formal programs. So in addition to the teacher shortage we have already, specifically our teacher shortage for dual language learners, we're losing some potential teachers to out-of-state programs that do provide this area of expertise. Dual language education offers a multitude of benefits for the students. There's all kinds of documentation that shows superior academic achievement. It promotes multilingualism and multiple other benefits such as social, cultural, and all kinds of, at all socioeconomic levels. We feel that the program's a vital piece of our public education, and because it really supports the students. Students who are bilingual have been exposed to English, may not have been exposed to English since birth, and they're missing a lot of grammar knowledge, spelling, comprehension, which is a learning barrier. This legislation establishes a statewide initiative for bilingual teachers by doing essentially three things: a certification program for dual language teachers in elementary, middle, and high school, guidelines for ongoing professional development for dual language teachers, and guidelines for the implementation of dual language teachers in our public school. I mean, clearly we can see the benefits of a bilingual certification program, how it will prepare our students for the workforce, better learning experience, and our increasingly global economy. I feel too, this will go a long way in our ability to achieve the goals of the blueprint by providing a better pathway, and opportunity to learn for those students that may have a language barrier. Thank you for your time and attention, and I'd like to pass this on.
Okay, we'll go to our witness. Tell us your name, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Anne Marie Forrester Liu, and I am here to represent MSEA, but I will be quite clear and honest with you. I'm here to represent the students and families that I've been working with for over 23 years. I agree with this bill, and I hope that you will positively agree with it as well. I, as an educator, have often wished that I had enough other languages to support the literacy development of my students. Having taught in elementary school, middle school, and now I'm in high school, I have had students from all over the world, different languages, but I will agree with the data that most of them are Spanish speakers. We do know that the data tells us that nearly 75% of our English learners are in the elementary schools, and they are coming from families. They are born here, they are American citizens, but coming from monolingual homes. So I am here to support, and I would encourage my colleagues to take advantage of this new wave of understanding the value of bilingualism and understanding how it enriches our community. Just hearing on the news the other day, the strong need for bilingualism within our hospital systems, bilingualism within our legal systems, everything has a need for bilingual experts nowadays. A translator, bless their hearts, they do the hard work, are not enough. They cannot capture what we need captured by someone who is truly bilingual. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for either the sponsor or our witness? Yes, Senator Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for all you do. I mean, anything that helps our kids, I'm in full support of, but I have a conundrum, right? And so we have this thing called a blueprint, $3.8 billion a year, the cost of which is borne by Prince George's County, Baltimore City, and Dorchester, the bulk of it, right? And we have yet to roll that out. We're still trying to fully staff the Accountability Implementation Board. The second pillar of the blueprint says high quality and diverse teachers and leaders. And I'm going to assume that the aspects of this bill should fall under that. This committee today has no less than 24 bills related to education, additional mandates, additional pressure on the school system, on our state board who has to implement this. And we're just getting started. And so the question is, if we're expecting the Accountability Implementation Board as a result of their assessments, their findings, to present recommendations, which we would then codify into legislation to improve our school systems, do you think we're putting the cart before the horse? And yes, I know you already have data. I acknowledge that. I have data of my poor performing schools in my district as well. But the reason we spent, several years working on this was to put this infrastructure in place to provide this input. And I only need to say this once, but it applies to all the other bills related to education, because I've always had heartburn about putting too much additional mandates when we're still trying to figure this thing out and get this thing off on the road. So why is it you think now is the time to do this versus waiting till the blueprint starts executing and we start getting the results from the body that we have put in place to give us these results?
We may both do it. I think there's both a macro and a micro level. And I see the blueprint as more macro, and we all know there are implementation issues. I see this as one piece of the implementation. I know in my district, there's a real disparity in the performance of students just in my small district. And the school that has the greatest challenge has the largest population of students who are not in a home primarily speaking English. So, if we're aware of an issue at a local level, and it's not just my district, I'm sure it's everyone else's, I think we have a responsibility to bring a potential solution forward.
Boards of Education weighed in on this at all?
I'd have to go back and look at the backup testimony. I think they did.
I'd like to know.
I'll check it out and get back to you.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I know there was a lot of support for this, so I remember the generic themes of the letters, but not necessarily who wrote what. But I'll double check for you.
I'd be interested in that. Theoretically, it's always, if it's an unfunded mandate, they generally oppose. But the heart of the matter, I agree with you with. I just really want to know what they think about this, because it would be them who have to implement it in addition to the other requirements as dictated by the blueprint.
I mean, it's a certification program. The reality is we have teachers teaching the subject matter now.
So when you started off, you started talking about statewide metrics that show that there's you use nationwide metrics that show that there's an issue. Do you have something that narrows that to the state of Maryland that indicates that we're doing a pretty bad job and we need to, right the ship?
Man.
Sure.
So the State Board of Education gave all that data in the report that was published. I think it came out in December. So they have researched it very carefully. They have the data that you're looking for. But I'd also like to say that this is asking for us to be very careful and mindful of how we roll out bilingual education. And that is a process that we are frankly on the west side of the inflection point already in the state of Maryland. So if I can say to my high schoolers, education is a route for you. Maryland is begging for bilingual teachers. Can you take this on? Bring up our next set of students. I think that I understand that it's a big picture, but I think that the guidance that this would provide we're hiring teachers anyway. We're going to hire more teachers who meet our needs if we have very clear expectations on how they're certified and how they are maintaining their certification.
Okay, Vice Chair Kagan.
So as I indicated, I'm huge on bilingual, multilingual education, educators, staffers. It's a huge problem in my district, in my county, around the state. It is the trajectory of our future, of our demographics. And so we must embrace it and we must address it and we must all learn from each other and learn languages and stuff. Senator, I just have a question in the uncodified language on page 3. I just want to suggest that you give some thought to section 2, because right now it has a December 1, 2023 report date. And it seems like a report that would come in 6 months after the bill goes into effect is a little odd.
Yeah.
So maybe you want to take a look, tweak the uncodified language, maybe add some different things to a report and push back the effective, the report date so that it is after this bill goes into effect or something. I just want to flag that for you because I think we ought to be mindful and create the data that Senator Watson and others are seeking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any additional questions for the sponsor or the witness? Seeing none. That concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 389. We're going to next move to Senator Vidal, sitting there in the front row on Senate Bill 681. And we've got, we don't have any designated sponsor panelists, but there is one witness sign of favorable, Stephanie Dorsum.
She's my pal.
Okay,
Thank
there you go.
Chairman.
Ms. Dorsum, why don't you take a seat and
I'm being kind today. I only brought one witness.
we're very
I think
happy
we
about-
have 45 on our first bill upstairs.
Oh, my God. Okay, well, in any event, Senator, let's see, move forward. Senator, take the time you need for Senate Bill 681.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for hearing Senate Bill 681. This bill doesn't have a fiscal note, so that's a really good thing. You don't hear of many education bills without a fiscal note. But the reason for this bill is to allow students, particularly high school students that are in virtual schools, to participate in sports. Now, virtual school is not homeschool. Virtual school is, a curriculum that the public schools provide. They're graded, so you wouldn't have a student trying to compete that wasn't making good grades. They'd still have their report card to prove that they're eligible to participate. But it would allow them to participate in sports, even though they're in a virtual education curriculum. So I have with me Dr. Stephanie Dorsum. She's very passionate about this issue. And if I can, I'd like to just turn it over and then I'll answer any questions. I have some information from my Board of Education.
Sure, Ms. Dorsum.
Hi, I am Dr. Stephanie Dorsum. I'm here as a parent in my 19th year and final year as an Anne Arundel County mom. I'm also in my 23rd year as a Prince George's County infants and toddlers physical therapist, where I actually work with many families who
Ms.
speak
Dorsum,
Spanish.
could you pull the mic a little closer to you?
Sorry.
Beaming out, you're
Yep.
hard to hear. Okay.
I'm familiar with a variety of the needs of students simply because as a physical therapist, I have, children who have a variety of needs and also my own children and their needs. I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 681. I submitted more detailed written testimony, so I'm just going to summarize. My son is a senior at North County High School. He'd be here today, except ironically, it's tennis tryouts start today. Since October 11th, 2018, he's had a daily headache that waxes and wanes in severity. Something about the school building makes it worse. We've tried everything. Nothing has worked. The only thing that works is his small amount of medical cannabis. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, Senator Feldman. And so we have to give him medical cannabis before he goes to school to help keep that headache at bay. In fact, just being there for back to school night made it worse. He thrived in the virtual environment during COVID, and while his headache remained, it was much better despite long times in front of the computer. There are days when his headache worsens to where his vision impacts his ability to see his classwork or test, or he's confused by the material. I'm proud to say, despite all this, he has got a 4.0, 4.44 GPA. Can't imagine what he could accomplish if he could see his papers. We strongly considered applying for the virtual academy, but there are no in-person extracurricular activities or athletic opportunities because Maryland law requires students be enrolled in the school in which they participate in athletics. Given the strong research that demonstrates increased success when students participate in activities outside of the classroom, please consider this bill to improve the options for students like Xander that may thrive academically in a virtual environment, but also would like to have the benefits of in-person extracurriculars. With all the negatives that COVID brought, it also brought new programs and opportunities, and it's important that Maryland law evolves with these opportunities.
Perfect. You could finish your thoughts.
I just wanted to say
You're the only one witness. We're gonna
I
give
just
you-
want to say I welcome any questions, and I appreciate Senator Bidel for sponsoring this bill.
Okay, excellent. Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought I was going to have some opposition to the bill, but I actually only have one letter with support with amendment from the Public School Superintendent Association. So that was good news because I really thought there was going to be some pushback. There's an issue that a child that is registered in virtual school, that is their home school. So the local boards would have to make the decision, what would their home school be for sports? For instance, Xander lives in the North County feeder system, so I would think that they would allow him to participate in that closest school geographically would be his home school if this child wasn't in virtual school. So I ask for your consideration. There's a lot of reasons that children are going to choose virtual school, but I think the extracurricular activities are really important, and I ask for your favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Senator Bottle or the panel? Senator Washington?
Thank you. And thank you, Senator Bidle, for this bill. Doctor, I actually have good news for you. The bill that we passed last year, the virtual schools bill that we passed last year, does allow access to that. And we'll have a hearing on that bill today. So it absolutely was the intent of the legislature to allow, now that we're further codifying what we're doing with virtual schools, but to absolutely allow students to participate in the school that they're that they are.
Yeah, I call it the boundary
attending.
school, their
Yeah.
boundary school. I certainly, I know Anne Arundel County expressed some concerns that students would want to school hop. They'd want to say, oh, I want to go participate in this sport. But so the wording to me would be able to participate in your boundary school. I certainly wouldn't want a student to be able to say, well, I'm virtual, I want to participate at Severna Park instead of North County. That wouldn't be fair.
No, this committee said wraparound services, food and nutrition services, as well as healthcare.
Yep.
So they are students of their school. So
May I ask a question? Thank you. Thank you, Senator Washington. So that you said the bill passed last year?
and it was vetoed.
Okay.
So we introduced it as a SB 610. So it has all the features in it that we had last year, and that was one of them.
That's on the hearing today.
And that's on the.
Can I ask for a sponsor amendment on that bill?
Let's
You got it.
That is
first do the
wonderful. We
hearing.
actually looked it up. That was one of the ones when I was sending information to Senator Bidle about that bill, because I'm like, here it is, it's perfect.
Yes.
But it got vetoed. Yep.
Yep.
Okay, any additional questions for Senator Bottle or the witness? Okay, seeing none, thank you both. That concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 681. We're gonna next move to Senator Walt Stryker from Montgomery County, Maryland, the 18th Legislative Districts. Senate Bill 677.
Vice Chair of Judicial Proceedings.
Thank you
And
so
the
much.
Vice Chair of the Judicial Proceedings Committee. You've got one designated sponsor panelist, although there are two other witnesses signed up favorable, but Joseph Thomas is your designated sponsor panelist. He's virtual.
That's correct.
So why don't we take your testimony, then we'll go to Mr. Thomas virtual, okay?
Thank you, Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the Education, Energy and Environment Committee. I appreciate your having me here today. Every day, as you know, schools across Maryland, from Baltimore City to Garrett County, experience a myriad of health and safety events that require real-time communication, collaboration, and engagement across a variety of safety stakeholders. Whether it's responding to incidents of violence, an isolated medical emergency, or a mental or behavioral health emergency, faculty and first responders need the ability to communicate seamlessly. I know the vice chair works frequently on this issue. Senate Bill 677 would enable this communication by establishing the statewide Secure Schools Emergency Response Program. When a medical emergency takes place on school grounds, it's imperative that accurate information about the emergency is relayed between school staff and first responders. These emergencies can happen across school campuses, at athletic events, after hours, or during arrival and dismissal. This bill would ensure that every school, no matter their location or financial resources, has the technology tools necessary to communicate effectively with our first responders. Now, I know that sometimes school safety has traditionally focused on physical hardening measures. And I think you've heard bills like that this year, metal detectors or armed teachers, or lots of ideas out there about hardening schools. But in reality, it's communication during the emergency that's critical to reducing response time,
delivering accurate information to 911 centers, and providing ongoing instruction to school campuses. The delivery of accurate information between 911 centers and school campuses through proximity alerting technology can allow first responders to proactively notify school campuses in a defined geographic region of real-time public safety threats. While some schools have emergency plans, many lack an easy-to-use method to directly communicate with 911 centers in the event of an emergency on school campus. Likewise, with swatting incidents on the rise, allowing schools to communicate with 911 and simultaneously check in with all faculty and staff can help calibrate emergency response in the event of false reports, thereby preserving first responder time and resources. National events in the past year, such as those in Uvalde, Charlottesville, and most recently in Lansing, Michigan, have highlighted the challenges we face in keeping our schools and communities safe. This legislation is an important step in ensuring the safety of all students, faculty, and staff in Maryland, regardless of their location or financial resources. Maryland continues to be a leader in the school safety space, and this program is a vital part of a holistic emergency response plan. I respectfully urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 677.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Why don't we first bring in your sponsor panelists, and then we'll open up some questions. We've got Mr. Thomas, hopefully queued up here. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Thomas, you're here. You've got 2 minutes, okay?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Joe Thomas, and I'm the Director of the Emergency Operations Center in Sussex County, Delaware. I started my career in 1986 as a 911 dispatcher with Sussex County, dispatching fire and EMS units. And since that time, I've held the position of CAD coordinator, deputy chief, and chief dispatcher, and was appointed director in 1997 of the Emergency Operations Center by the Sussex County Council. My responsibilities are the overall administration of the 911 Center, as well as the Office of Emergency Management. I also serve on a state level as chairman of the State of Delaware N11 Committee, as well as being the spokesperson for the 8 911 centers in the state of Delaware to the Delaware Enhanced 911 Emergency Services Board. And on a personal note, I'm an active member of the Laurel Volunteer Fire Department, where I currently serve as assistant chief, and I'm also an instructor with the Delaware State Fire School, where I instruct the incident command system. With over 35 years of experience in emergency communications, I'm honored to have the opportunity to testify today in support of Senate Bill 677. As a veteran emergency communications professional, I've witnessed firsthand the importance of timely and accurate communications in response to emergency situations. This is especially critical in the context of school safety, where every second counts and clear communication can be the difference between life and death. I am proud to say that in Delaware, we've been working to address many of the same issues that this legislation seeks to address. For the past 3 years, we've had a similar program in place, and I can attest to the value of having a standardized approach to school safety as a starting point to better respond to emergencies. By having a similar program in our state, we have seen the benefits of instantly connecting key stakeholders and providing standard training and emergency response protocols. This has allowed us to better prepare and respond to emergency situations, especially those that impact our schools. An example of this collaboration is one of our school districts has currently requested us, emergency operations, to be part of their. Yes, sir.
You can finish your, don't ignore the clock for now.
Okay, thank you. An example of this collaboration is one of our school districts has actually requested us, emergency operations, to be part of their reunification exercises and have us part of being the discussion at the table. Senate Bill 677 would create a secured schools program in Maryland aimed to improving the health and safety of K through 12 students, faculty, and staff. This program would provide an emergency communications platform, including a panic button for facility and staff, K through 12 proximity alerts, and other important school safety capabilities. These tools would allow for automated dissemination of information regarding imminent threats or important updates to school campuses and enable 911 to communicate with these schools in advance of emergency. And a couple examples of this are we are currently working with another school district in our county to implement the proximity alerting that we've talked about around its various campuses. campuses. And once it's in place and vetted, we plan to roll this out to our other 6 school districts within our county. We also have the capability of sharing school plans and distributing to first responders when needed through this platform. As someone who's been on the front lines of emergency communications, I can attest to the critical importance of having these capabilities in place. They can make the difference between a successful response and a tragic outcome. I can also share that this type of technology and capability has been welcomed within the 911 centers across the state of Delaware and fits seamlessly within our 911 call taking process. In closing, I strongly support Senate Bill 677 and urge this committee to advance this important legislation for the safety and security of all individuals involved in our education system. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Any questions for either Senator Waldstreicher or Mr. Thomas? Senator Watson.
For questions for Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas, you mentioned Delaware, and based on my read, not every school in Delaware has a school resource officer. And it seems for the state of Maryland, unless we do something absolutely silly, like get rid of school resource officers, my question is, would we need this kind of bill? Why can't school resource officers working in conjunction with the schools, current safety plans, take care of this void as described?
So I think one of the most important components of this is the panic button technology. What that is, it's basically an app that's downloaded on your cell phone, and it's downloaded by the faculty and staff, the important people that are designated by the administration. And what happens if a teacher is sitting in his or her classroom and there's a medical emergency, there's a fire, or heaven forbid, there's the active assailant. They hit that panic button and it instantaneously notifies us at the 911 center that there's a problem, and we can start resources within seconds. Whereas, unfortunately, if it's one school resource officer throughout an entire district or campus, contacting them first and then relaying the information to us at 911, there could be a delay. So that's why I think it's important that that instant notification back to the 911 centers where we can actually get resources started in a quick manner.
So a 911 call goes to the 911 center. I don't see the efficacy of this other than to help some company that creates an app make money on this thing.
So what it does,
hang on. So when an event occurred, like in Uvalde, you had several people calling in 911, and the 911 center was able to get situational awareness because they were getting calls from all over that campus, not just from one single point of reference. And I explain to me how this panic button, which I'm assuming it would do more than just identify a location. But when somebody is physically speaking to something, there are descriptions given, there's situational awareness given, and I don't see how an app can take the place of people actually calling a 911 line.
It doesn't take the place, sir. It actually enhances the ability. So you have a person who has activated the panic button. They get that contact with the 911 center, but what the 911 center gets in return is we can get the facility profile coming from that school. So now we can open up a floor plan. We can see where the person's located by GPS within the school, but we are also still having that voice communication. So it's an enhancement to what we get every single day. So that's what I see as the important piece, and it helps leverage the school plans, the floor plans, whatever the case may be.
Mr. Chairman, if it's okay.
Yes,
Could I
Senator
take
Waldstreicher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Watson, for a very good question. Montgomery County was briefly one of the systems that removed SROs. And when SROs were removed, criminal activity and disciplinary issues went up exponentially. And I credit my county executive for realizing the mistake and returning SROs to our schools. And they're an important addition. But in my county, SROs are only in high schools and some middle schools. But as we saw across the nation, a lot of these incidents happen at the elementary school level. And of course, separate from violence, medical issues also happen at the elementary school level. And so the benefit of this technology is especially acute at the elementary school level where there are no SROs. Just a quick thing, I think you get this, but just to clarify, the panic button is not a physical panic button in the principal's office. As you mentioned, these are app-based technologies. And so the appropriate personnel would have a panic button on their phone, and anyone could utilize that panic button to communicate directly with 911. And it would start a domino process that would allow 911 to know the physical location of the person who pressed the panic button within the floor plan of the school. The floor plan, once the panic button is hit, is communicated to the school. So there's no question, you're right. In Uvalde, you could have a situation where multiple people are calling in and say, I'm in room 8, here's what's happening, I'm in room 7. Oh, where's that relative to room 8? With technology that we have now, these app-based programs, 911 would know immediately without the kind of accumulation of narrative where everyone is who has pressed the panic button and what their situation is.
Okay, Senator Hess, did you have a question? Any questions? Okay. We do have two additional witnesses. We're going to go next to Kevin Canali. Is Kevin here from Mako? No? Okay. Well, Mako did sign up favorable with amendments. Final witness on this bill is virtual. Christopher Papasaris. He's not here. Okay, seeing no additional witnesses, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 677.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next up, Senator Hester on Senate Bill 585. We do have 3 witnesses signed up favorable, not part of any designated sponsor panel, but I'm not sure. Did you want to have witnesses at the table with you? The 3 folks who've signed up in person favorable is Tafia Pringle. Is that you, ma'am? Okay. Grayson Wiggins favorable with amendment, and then Addison Pruitt favorable straight up. So I don't know who you want to have up there, but those are the only 3 witnesses signed up in person on the bill. Okay, Senator Hester, Senate Bill 585.
Thank you very much. For the record, Senator Katie Fry Hester, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the EEE Committee, thank you for your consideration of Senate Bill 585. For those of you who were here last year, it will look familiar. We passed it unanimously in both chambers. For those of you who were not here last year, you will have heard about the shortage of skilled labor and the impact of student debt on our state's economy. Career and technical education provides a viable alternative to traditional higher education, which results in lower amounts of student debt and competitive wages in fields that are desperate for such talent, such as auto mechanics, HVAC, and the culinary arts. So this bill addresses this issue. In order to provide our students with the greatest chance of future success, we must provide them not only with the information, we must provide them with information about every possible career trajectory, those that require a 4-year degree and those that do not. And as the main providers of this education to students, representatives from career schools and skilled trade organizations have extensive knowledge about existing CTE programs and how best to market them. So this is a simple bill that does 2 things to achieve this goal. First, it adds 1 representative, each of a skilled trade organization and a career school, to the Career Technical Education Committee that we created underneath the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. Second, it requires that Maryland school systems provide information on the opportunities offered by career schools and skilled trade organizations to our students alongside the information provided on colleges and universities. That way our students get the complete package. I also wanted to flag for the committee that I have submitted 2 technical amendments for drafting. The first provides a definition of career college, and the second comes at the request of workforce development stakeholders who have requested 1 representative of a local workforce development board be included. In summary, Senate Bill 585 provides two critical operational improvements to further the blueprint for Maryland's goal of advancing career and technical education in Maryland and maintaining our diversified and modern economy. And for those reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 585, and I'd like to turn it over to my panel. Thank
Okay,
you.
excellent. Who do you want to designate first? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, tell us your name and then get 2 minutes.
Hi, yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I am Tafia Pringle, the Director of Career Services at Lincoln College of Technology, here today in support of SB 585. By way of background, Lincoln offers education in automotive technology, electrical and electronic systems technology, HVAC, culinary arts, baking and pastry, and welding and metal fabrication. Our programs lead to either a certificate or an associate degree. Over the last 10 years, over the last 10 years, we have graduated more than 4,500 skilled workers that stay in Maryland, all have key skilled trade jobs in Maryland and contribute to the state's economy. Lincoln is constantly assessing the workforce conditions in Maryland and identifying where workforce shortages are arising. In 2019, we invested $1 million to establish our welding program after recognizing the pending shortfall in the workforce. We're investing another $700,000 this year to add 20 more welding stations because our program has grown so rapidly. Of note is that we place 100% of our students and alumni and our graduates in the program's first year. Lincoln Tech and similar schools can play a vital role with sharing workforce insights with the Career and Technical Education Committee to ensure the curriculum being introduced is maximized to meet the workforce needs of the state. This bill can be an important tool for Maryland students to continue a passion they gain by participating in a high school CTE course, and Maryland has more than 100,000 high school students currently enrolled in CTE courses. And while many will go on to 2- and 4-year colleges, schools such as Lincoln Tech, career schools, and skilled trade programs offer an affordable opportunity. Thank you. To students who wish to continue their career-specific education. SB 585 ensures that students are provided with a list of all career colleges and skilled trade programs, so they are at least equipped with the information to make an informed decision on their post-secondary education and their post-secondary path. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I urge a favorable response and report on SB 585.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, tell us your name.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman and members of the esteemed EEE Committee. I thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm Addison Pruitt here on behalf of Lincoln Technical Institute. Now, I'm not sure about you all, but I'm excited. Yesterday, I had the chance to hear from Governor Moore at MBE Night in Annapolis. And in his remarks, he mentioned 3 things that should all resonate with us all. And that's work, wages, and wealth. We must create pathways and competitive opportunities for Marylanders to live, work, and create generational wealth here in the state of Maryland. And that comes with preparing the next generation of our workforce, with the understanding that not all of our youth will attend a 4-year or 2-year college. I'm excited because this legislation addresses the elephant in the room by exposing students to alternative post-secondary career options in the skilled trade industry so that they too can live, work, and thrive here in Maryland. This legislation does 2 things. First, it helps tackle our skilled workforce shortage in Maryland by requiring the state's Career and Technical Education Committee to compile a list of skilled trade college programs and provide that list to high school students. Secondly, it expands that committee to include representation from the career and skilled trade schools to ensure programmatic input and collaboration from educators among the subject matter experts. By creating more awareness into different pathways, such as becoming a carpenter, electrician, a plumber, a welder, or even a chef, we are helping to advance the skilled labor workforce here in Maryland. Let's allow our students to evaluate all post-secondary education options available. Members of the committee, I urge a favorable report of SB 585. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Senator Hester, the sponsor, or her two witnesses? Okay, thank you for your testimony. The other additional witness I had mentioned earlier, Grayson Wiggins, you can see here you are, signed up favorable with amendments. So you've got 2 minutes and you can describe whatever amendments you're submitted proffering.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of Employee Prince George's. Thank you to the sponsor for bringing the bill, and she actually explained our amendment. We are the local workforce development board amendment, and so we're excited to be part of the bill, and we're excited about the bill generally. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Wiggins? Seeing none. That concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 585. Going to next move. We're waiting. We're going to go a little out of order because we're waiting on some witnesses for the Senator Hester's next bill that are still stuck a little bit in the House. We're going to go next to Senator Carter. I believe we've got Senator Carter here in the House. And when I say in the House, I don't mean the House of Delegates. I think I did that yesterday. I meant in the House, like, you know, in a different. I think I saw Senator Carter walk in. And she walked out. Could somebody see if Senator?
Her aide was just checking the hallway.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, while we're searching for Senator Carter, who was here 20 seconds ago, let's just first locate Senator Carter. There she is. Senator Jill Carter, come to the witness stand on Senate Bill 849. And we do have some witnesses. You don't have any designated panelists, but I do have signed
Thank you very
up.
much.
Yeah.
I'd like to bring up the Karen Braden, who's the president of the Grove Park Community Association. I'd like to bring up Steve Ward, Terrence Threet. I'm probably not saying it right.
Steve, okay, I got Stephen Ward. Is he here? Terry?
Yes.
Okay, and then okay. Who's our third witness? We only had 2 people sign up here, just so I get Terry, Stephen, and
Karen
you.
Braden.
Okay,
Well, she's my #1 star witness.
okay, we're good. Okay, Senate Bill 849.
Thank you very much. Members of the body, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair. Some of you were around back when we passed the 21st Century School Construction Bill a decade or more ago. And it was a wonderful thing and everybody was very enthusiastic. And those of you that have been around, you know how it is when there's a bill that's a leadership priority, how it's virtually impossible to have any real input into it. But I remember at that time, myself and my then Senator Lisa Gladden sponsored a bill that would ensure that before a school was closed in a community, that there was a certain amount of community participation, engagement, and that the community's will was considered. Well, we were encouraged heavily, please withdraw that bill. You're going to interfere with this. Don't interfere with progress. You're going to mess things up. There is community engagement in. But what I found over the number of years since that has happened is that in my district, District 41 in Baltimore City, I've experienced a number of schools closing. My district is diverse. It's Black, white, wealthy, impoverished, middle class, Black middle class, white middle class, Jewish, Orthodox Jewish, very, very diverse district. But overwhelmingly, the schools that have closed under the 21st Century Plan happen to be in primarily Black neighborhoods. And it seems that each time this happens, the will of the neighborhood, the community, it appears to be ignored because the community fights, no, don't close our school or give us an alternative, and it doesn't seem to happen. And most famously, some of you may have even been to Baltimore City and seen this Langston Hughes school. There was a big effort to not close Langston Hughes. I mean, a huge community effort. I couldn't believe that they closed it with all of the people in the community that were fighting to keep it open, but it did. And George Mitchell, who was the #1 champion for that, has passed away now. But to his credit, he made such a loud noise that they created Langston Hughes Community Center, which is a very thriving community center. It's a community center. The community loves it, embraces it. And I think almost all ill will about the closing of the school is almost forgotten over there now. But that is not the case in other areas. And so we've had Garrison close middle school. That's where I attended. We had Northwestern High School closed. We've had and Grove Park, which is what I'm here to talk about today. So Grove Park is a very stable, unique Black middle-class neighborhood in Baltimore City and in my district. And Grove Park Elementary Middle School was the hub of that community. Most of the residents that I talked to went to Grove Park when they were young. That's how long it's been around. And so despite the community's fights and efforts to not close Grove Park because of declining enrollment, which was disputed, by the way, at the time, the school closed. And there were efforts by many members of the community to make sure that there was something that was put in place of it that still could benefit the youth, still benefit the community. Nevertheless, that hasn't happened. That's what brings me here today. And I thought it was important to kind of give background for why I think this bill is necessary. So this bill would protect, would put the power to protect Baltimore school grounds and keep it in the hands of the community leadership most connected to those schools. Currently, Baltimore City communities are forced to watch their schools closed, sold off to non-Maryland business owners. This bill would correct that injustice. In 2018, hundreds of elementary school students were uprooted from their desk at Grove Park Elementary Middle School, leaving the school vacant. The voices of the community were not heard when they endorsed an offer for a financial literacy and economic development elementary school. But the Department of Housing and Community Development sided with an Ohio-based company, Communicare, which intends to transform the school into a nursing facility. Now, I have spoken with members of the city administration who contend that the project that the community endorsed simply didn't meet its standards. It wasn't economically viable. I have talked to them with why there was not an effort to then try to still work to find something comparable that was viable, that the community could embrace. And they simply said that because of their RFP process, this Communicare won, and there was really not much more than that could be done. So this bill would allow the citizens to have input in decisions regarding what will be done with repurposed public schools. It empowers local communities to have a say by forming a community task force. The task force would examine and make recommendations concerning any future use of the public schools and the land where the schools sit. It would ensure that the voices that matter the most, the community, would be heard. The community around Grove Park was not heard when it lost its elementary middle school. This bill would prevent that from ever happening again. The current system leaves the political power in the hands of people far detached from communities affected by their decisions. It leads to an injustice for the people of Baltimore City and further disenfranchises them. In a letter dated February 8th, 2017 from Baltimore City Department of Planning to Baltimore City Delegation of the General Assembly, the city indicated that it would engage the community in future school closings in the manner this bill would dictate. That, however, never occurred. Accordingly, this bill is needed to have the city do what it promised to do to this body back in 2017. 3 more schools are set to close this year in Baltimore City. The community would like and should have input in what happens in their community. The community task force that this bill would create would provide that opportunity. I have had occasion to talk to members from the city administration. I've expressed how important and how essential to the spirit, the morale, the viability of stable communities is. There is disagreement, and you'll hear their testimony. If there are tweaks in this legislation that are needed to make this work, I'm open to them. But to completely ignore this issue, I think would do a disservice to these residents. And so I'm asking for a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Do you have a sequence? Do you have any preference? You want to go first?
Okay.
Okay, each of you each get 2 minutes, but tell us your name and then you proceed. Thank you.
Right. Greetings to all that we are seated before. I am Karen Embradham, the president of Grove Park Improvement Association, along with the Northwest Police District CRC liaison, born and raised Grove Park all my life. I attended Grove Park let's see, my sister who was with me, Dr. Marsha Thompson, she attended Grove Park along with my dad. He's with me, and he is Reverend Marshall Thompson. So here I'm going to say, in reference to Senate Bill 849, we have students 300 plus. We had money, we had new windows, we had new playground, we had an AC unit, we had community support, and we sat between Arlington and Calvin Broadwell. So what does that mean? That means that we were told that they needed our students, our money for the 21st century schools to be built. And that was for Calvin Broadwell because Arlington had already been built. And so we sat between those two. And giving this, this bill, it would open the door for all communities to create a strong voice during a vote to close a school building like that of Grove Park Elementary number 224, which was erected in the late 50s. It also became a middle school, even when there was a problem and concern about middle schoolers attending school with elementary schools. Some didn't have siblings, were sort of insensitive. However, the school remained open and the doors allowed our school-aged children to attend, and we were a hallmark school there. I sat on the school improvement team. I also created a public safety unit in the school, even though my children went there years later after me, obviously. It also wanted to say that we fought North Avenue when they initially wanted to close the school. This was prior to the CEO. She was actually this CFO at the time for Baltimore City, wanted to close the school. At that time, you know, we said, no, don't do this. And of course, Senator Carter and the others were with us. And at that time, she was a delegate and helped us to keep the school open.
Can she?
Oh, I hadn't even got started. Oh my God. So I just, okay, let me try to do that. Oh my God. All right. So in 2020 was our last time allowed to vote into 5545 Keniston Avenue, which is the school growth.
Sorry.
Park.
It's okay to finish a sentence or two.
Oh,
but please don't just keep going. Yeah,
Yeah, I just jumped to the end.
go for it. Read us the end.
Okay, the very end. We can't vote there. We can't go there. We can't have our community meetings. Thank you so much for please supporting this bill, Senate Bill 849. And thank you, Senator Carter, for allowing us to be here to have testimony, Jane. My God. God, the time.
It's 2 minutes runs by pretty fast.
Okay.
Stephen Ward.
Yes,
Nick?
I'm going to make it quick.
Go for it.
Basically, I'm vice president of the Grove Park Improvement Association and also the chairman of the CRC Judiciary Committee. Bottom line, we want to make sure that our voices are heard to work towards the quality of life for our families. I'm going to give more time to Mr. Threet, who can do a better job. All right.
Don't put that on me.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, that's not the way it works, but Mr. Threet.
Yes, ma'am.
Threet.
The W is silent. I know my
Okay.
ancestors threw everybody off.
All
with that
right.
one.
This is testing us. Well, we're glad you're here.
Yes, ma'am.
You have 2 minutes to share your testimony. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, senators and staff. I'm in favor of SB 849 with amendments to include government buildings and school facilities being disposed of by the Baltimore Department of Housing and Community Development. I'm qualified to speak on this matter as a community member and property owner in both Grove Park and Waverly neighborhoods of Baltimore City. This bill grants the citizens of Baltimore an added check and balance that is needed to hold in line a strong mayor gangster government. This does not implement rule by plebiscite. It encourages civic participation by guaranteeing that we have input on the disposition of government property affecting our neighborhoods. In the jurisdiction, in other jurisdictions, other counties, residents have a voice in the form of small d democratic government that listens to its citizens either by votes at the ballot box or media. In the interim, you have checks and balances via your council executive systems or council manager systems. In the independent city of Baltimore, we have a strong mayor system that equates to mob rule, with government outsourcing the role of mayor to a merry band of incompetence, while the mayor gallivants from press conference to sporting events. For the wealthy and well-connected, this means access and a government that listens. For those that range from poverty to middle class or do not live in favored neighborhoods, this means that you will be blatantly ignored. Such is the case for Grove Park and is evidenced by the written testimony that I submitted to the committee. We participated in a system that was set out for us under the guise of equity initiatives, the promise that we would be listened to. Instead, the same folks that passed the equity initiatives have ignored us in favor of out-of-state big money interests that seek to commercialize our neighborhood by demolishing a school and adding a rehab center, not a nursing facility. Our city government ignored the qualified, well-structured, Black-led nonprofits that we courted and endorsed to reopen the school as a school and community rec center for the youth and seniors. This bill rectifies that. Please pass this legislation and move it forward and help improve Baltimore City. And I can answer any questions.
Mr. Threet, questions for Senator Carter or either of her witnesses, any of her witnesses? Senator Watson.
Yeah, just to clarify, this bill, I heard two things mentioned. One is the closure of schools and one is the repurposing of facilities. Is this the repurposing of facilities and making sure the community is involved in what replaces a closed school? Or is this closing the schools and giving the community the opportunity to say, we don't want the school closed? Which one is it?
It is the well, it was the middle one. It was not the former. It's not to interfere with when the decision is made to close the school. I just brought that up to to contextualize how this has been an ongoing issue of silencing a community and the community's will. This bill is simply, once that school is closed, to ensure that the community's voices are considered in how the building is repurposed and the land.
Thank you for that clarification.
I had a quick question for the sponsor of the bill. I noticed that it was an emergency bill and that it was retroactive. Would you mind speaking to both of those two, please?
Yes, Madam Vice Chair. The reason that it is emergency and retroactive is that we're hoping that if we could get this bill passed, we could impact the future of the building in Grove Park, as the city has made a decision to select the out-of-state rehab, as was talked about, to go in there against the community's will. So we're hoping that this could cause them to take a step back and reform that process and do something that the community is in favor of.
Hester?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Senator Carter, thank you for this bill. I was just looking through the testimony and there seems to be direct conflict between what the city is saying and what the Improvement Association is saying. Have you seen the city's letter?
I have talked to the city, but I don't think I've read their letter.
They just say that they've
Maybe
got
I'm-
like an existing stakeholder engagement process. They're listening to people. And I mean, it's hard to reconcile what I'm seeing in the bill file because they two different things.
Oh, I understand. Yes, so they are, the city does contend that there's adequate community engagement, but the engagement has no impact. What difference does it make if they say we're gonna have a community meeting and then the community says this is what we want, and then it has no ability to impact the outcome? And so I thought that the task force, the community task force, and ensuring that that task force had an impact on the result, that it had to be adhered to, was one possible solution to that. Now, I will tell you that one of the things that the city shared with me, and I think there's a way to address this issue if it's a real thing, is that I had suggested that the head of the community association or their designee be members and ones that are included in the decision-making. And the city has said that they don't have standing as like legal entity to have any decision-making. If that's a thing, I think there's a way to fix that as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Carter, for bringing this bill. This just reminds me a few years ago, Senator Carter and I broached this very issue with the school system, with the combining of the Walter P. Carter School with the Guilford School, and there were pledges of community engagement, and to date we've not really observed what was promised. So I think that you are all well positioned to try something more aggressive or more assertive to ensure that. But I guess I wanted to ask you, when you're talking about, and I think what was raised, it would be difficult for us as a state to actually empower sort of a veto power of your committee, of your group. So what things do you think you could, or what sanctions, or what could you do or could we do that's within our power to ensure that community voices are heard and taken seriously?
Well, assuming this bill wouldn't be plausible because of the issue of the community member not having legal standing to enter into a contract, which I think is the city's issue, and there may be some merit to that. I think that when the planning or Department of Housing and Community Development puts together a panel to make a decision on what should happen, that the representation from the community should be included, and not like our Board of Estimates right now in Baltimore City, where one person still gets to have their way, but they made it should be weighted in a way that they are favored, their will is favored in that process.
I think we always wonder, and I know you have an answer, and I'm asking, it's not rhetorical. What is the state's interest in ensuring the involvement of community members in what happens to schools and school buildings?
Do you want to answer me?
I'm looking at that, this should be statewide, and that we need to understand that a building that serves a purpose of helping the children or being there for the children, if you're going to close it, definitely involve the key players in the community in order to understand what's going to happen to that building. Because for us, the school served as a hub. We can't vote there. We can't go there for our community meetings. And if you want to look at a facility, please don't look at a nursing facility that's definitely going to lock us all off, especially when a COVID-19 happens. We can't go into the building, right? And they're saying, oh, you can vote there. How is that possible? I mean, there's just so many things, and we were not brought to the table with that decision. So at some point, we need to be able to have representation on the panel to be a part of those decision-making processes and not be left out and be told, oh yeah, your point, you know, you make a point, you count 10%.
So I'll just add to that. Yes, I'd just like to add to that. You know, we often hear from everyone, but sometimes our colleagues across the state that aren't residents of Baltimore. We hear a lot of talk about Baltimore and some of the issues that plague us. But in this situation and many others, we are talking about the destabilization of a stable, voting, active, working, contributing to the economy neighborhood. And rather than put a facility that moves the community forward, that does something to benefit the young people, the residents, the elders in the neighborhood, rather than do something to benefit them and help them move, progress into the future, to put a non-local entity that, as someone else here said, a commercial entity that is not what the community has asked for nor needs, is not just an insult. It does a disservice to all of us, because where we have communities that are intact such as this, our obligation is to strengthen them, not weaken them and ignore their will. And also, I need to mention, who wasn't mentioned already, Stan Bull, who's been very active in the Grove Park, who's in the audience. Just wanted to give him, Alan Bull, I'm sorry.
Thank you for joining us.
Stand up so we can acknowledge your presence here. Are you still here? If you're able to stand.
Oh, he's
All
like,
right.
what?
Thank you. All right. Thank you for coming to Annapolis. It's always, we appreciate folks who engage in democracy. So thank you for making the drive down. Okay, I see no other questions for Senator Carter or her witnesses. So thank you for coming down. That completes the hearing on Senate Bill 849.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, the next up, Senator Hester, your superintendent is here and you're ready to go. All right, the next bill is going to be Senate Bill 829. Senator Hester, primary and secondary education, virtual education requirements. And that Okay, let's see. Our superintendent Chowdhury, I thought you were talking about a county superintendent. Okay. Mohammed Chowdhury is here from the Maryland State Department of Education. Wayne Arbogast, John Willems for the Maryland Association Boards of Education. And those are going to be the only three witnesses. Mr. Willems is favorable with amendments, so maybe if he might want to wait. And then we have one virtual unfavorable. So Senator Hester, when you are.
We should have one virtual favorable also on the panel.
I am not seeing a virtual favorite. I'm seeing a lot of, nope. No, sorry. Okay. Senator Hester, you may begin your testimony.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kagan and members of the EEE Committee for your consideration of Senate Bill 829, which places certain requirements and guardrails on virtual education in the state of Maryland. I'd also like to thank specifically Senator Mary Washington for meeting with me and discussing some of the differences between, this bill and the other bill. I think that that we can all agree that our experience with online virtual education was not great. I mean, I had two kids and they went through it and it was difficult. However, at the same time, what we can acknowledge is that whenever something happens in such a rapid transition with little planning, it doesn't accurately reflect the full potential that thing would represent. So when we worked on this last year, I felt like our committee's bill got most of the way towards constructing a regulatory framework for virtual education. But however, when it was vetoed, I had a number of people, most prominently the state superintendent, reach out to me to suggest some improvements. And so that's what this bill is about. I'd like to briefly explain what the bill does, as well as the changes made from last year's legislation using the table that you guys should now have, I believe. Fabulous. Okay, so first of all, just what we did last year and what is basically codified in this bill is that it limits the use of virtual education for non-virtual schools in certain circumstances. It sets on guardrails specifically for the department or a county board of ed when they establish a virtual school for each grade band, as well as for the process for admitting students. It further provides the authority that if a school is not performing well, the virtual school, the State Department can shut down the underperforming school. And last but not least, it ensures the students in a virtual school receive the same access to those extracurricular activities and support services as students in bricks and mortar schools. And we heard earlier from Senator Bidel about the question about sports. We did provide for extracurricular activities in the previous bill. This bill actually spells out that sports are included because there was some confusion. And so in the crosswalk that you all have, there's a bunch of differences between the Senate bill as was exactly as it passed last year and this current bill. What I wanted to do is to flag 3 of these items that are particularly important to me that I thought you guys might find interesting. The superintendent will flag the differences that is particularly important to him. And then offer to talk with anybody offline about any of the other differences that you would like to discuss. So first of all, if you look at item 7 in the crosswalk, what we passed last year prevented the State Department from establishing a statewide virtual school. And I feel like we shouldn't rule that out before we've given it a try. Other states have virtual schools and they can be for many different reasons. They can be for relocating military students. Both Nevada and Maine have schools specifically for that purpose. It also presents a wonderful opportunity to provide some backbone support for a home and hospital program. There's a wide variety of differences between the different home and hospital programs that our various counties offer. And this could provide, one easier way to support those programs. It also, virtual school could also be for students who are working to support their families. Over the interim, the previous interim, I got to know a little bit about Frederick County School, and they have a very successful high school for students who are raising their families and working and still wish to complete high school. And so those are three examples of instances where a statewide school could be beneficial. Additionally, in this bill, it provides the operational mechanism to make a statewide platform easier. So it includes the ability for the state to have a statewide learning management system. And so the IT, the platforms that the children are using, it's an opt-in for locals to use the state platform. And this would not only allow a county to use the state platform for their own virtual school, but if different counties are using the same virtual platform, then it could be easier for a student, let's say in Howard County, if we're not offering Chinese, to take a Chinese class online in another school, another county that is offering Chinese. So that's one of the things that one of the differences between these two bills that I appreciate. I also wanted to point out item number 9 in the crosswalk. So in the bill that was passed last year and in current bill, Senate Bill 610, we are prohibiting a virtual school for contracting with a for-profit entity to operate or administer services for a virtual school. This was one of the reasons why Governor Hogan vetoed the bill. He felt like, frankly, I feel like public-private partnerships do have a role to play in many of our services. And I would much rather make decisions about allowing or not allowing schools based on performance rather than the type of entity, whether it's a profit or a nonprofit that administers the school. For example, you could have a statewide school that was run by an academic institution that wants to contract, with a for-profit entity to operate that system. The last piece I'd like to point you to in terms of the differences is the very last one, item number 16 in the crosswalk. This is the provision that requires the superintendent to establish an advisory committee on virtual schools and to continue to document, evaluate, and recommend in a continuous improvement cycle how we improve this area. I think it's really critical that we're looking at this area and learning as we go because it is new. One of the things that I learned 2 years ago when we were talking and passed the Blueprint for Maryland's Future was that during the Kirwan Commission, they specifically decided not to discuss virtual schools because it was complicated and controversial. And so we've had 3 years of talking about how we improve the blueprint without any discussion of virtual schools. So once again, I'd be happy to answer any questions about any of the other items in the crosswalk. But I feel that this bill provides a framework to ensure that those children who choose to receive a high quality education through a virtual school has the appropriate guide rails, and it at the same time allows for innovation for specific situations for the state to move forward. And so with that, I will respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 829 and turn it over to the state superintendent. Thank you very much.
Superintendent Chowdhury.
Yes. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Kagan and members of the committee. For the record, I am Mohammed Chowdhury, State Superintendent of Schools, here today to urge you to give a favorable report to Senate Bill 829. As we deliberate these issues together, student learning outcomes must be at the center of every discussion. Getting virtual schooling right can increase educational opportunities and flexibility, but getting it wrong could mean dismal outcomes and widening of educational inequities. Research shows that online learning simply is harder for most students, whether they are advanced or struggling, and that students who struggle in person are likely to struggle even more online. But it also provides some promising practices, including a focus on synchronous instruction and asynchronous instruction with some smart guardrails and explicit efforts to keep students engaged in school, as well as meeting opportunity gaps for maybe advanced course placement and other things as well that a county may not be able to offer because of resource constraints. It also tells us that for some students, virtual learning can be an important and even superior approach if done well. For that reason, MSD particularly is in favor of a virtual bill that ensures synchronous instruction is front and center and smart guardrails for asynchronous instruction. Partnerships with nonprofit and private providers within reason can enable smart innovations. One of my favorite school models in Maryland is the Trans-Ed Academy for Working Students in Montgomery County. It is literally a school where students attend their traditional high school, and on top of it is layered a partnership with Pearson where they're able to take courses while they work. These are students who are just working, whether it's not just an internship, it's just working. They have to bring dollars at home, and many of these students go off to college or they jump straight into career. And Trans-Ed Academy allows school to meet their life's demands. MSDE also supports the bill's language that establishes minimum requirements for the amount of required synchronous instruction time and the flexibility it offers. For that reason and many others that I'm happy to talk to you about, I urge you to issue a favorable report for Senate Bill 829.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Dwayne Arbogast.
Good afternoon. Dwayne Arbogast. I was previously with the Children's Guild, and
Thank
I
you for being
actually
with us.
created the program that Superintendent just mentioned, the Trans-Ed Academy. So and I managed that program. I also was Chief Academic Officer in Prince George's County. So we've been very involved with virtual learning and online learning. I'm here representing College Park Academy, which is a blended learning charter school in Prince George's County. It's been very, very successful. I appreciate this bill from a lot of perspectives. Number one, I think that they've looked at what has worked over the last couple of years, and they're trying to codify that. So the very first section of the bill talks about how school districts can use professional development days and snow days, and it's really well written. I have no suggestions for changes there. The end of the bill talks about emergency closings like we saw in COVID. Again, I think that they've put in the appropriate guardrails. I want to address my comments to two other sections. With the learning management system, virtually every district in the state came up with a learning management system. However, most of them were funded through the ESSER funds, which has a sunset. So we just have to be aware that when ESSER closes, there's going to have to be a need to pick up those learning management systems, which are absolutely essential in any kind of circumstance where there's going to be online learning. For the virtual school part is where most of my comments are. In the bill that was passed last year, charter schools were not mentioned. And in the 2015 charter school bill, it says that charter schools are prohibited from offering a virtual program. I would like to suggest that there be an addition to this bill to allow charter schools with this caveat. As the superintendent said, certain kids thrive in online and virtual learning. We learned that in the TAWS program. We've learned that in College Park Academy. Kids who have school anxiety, kids who've been victims of bullying, kids who have who need flexible schedules. So those are not criteria that are allowed for charter schools. So if you add charter schools, I would suggest adding that waiver to allow for certain characteristics that the district agrees on. Thank you.
And just to be sure that we're following you, you said ESSER?
ESSER is the American Recovery Act, how it's been framed for schools.
Just to make sure that everybody in the room and following from home understands what you're advocating for. Senator Hester, you have one more thing to add?
I just wanted to share that we did have a fourth, and could you check the waiting room for Kristen? Sorry, Tiagi? She's not there? Okay. Great. Thank you so much.
Questions before we go to favorable with amendments for Mr. Willems? Any questions for the superintendent? Yes, Senator Carozza.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I feel give me a little leeway here. And this is mainly for my colleagues who were not on the committee last year. So it was my virtual school, the virtual school in my district that was on the chopping block last session. And just so everybody has all the information, and that's why I appreciate some of the suggestions that have been made here today. On the Eastern Shore of Maryland, we have an educational consortium. It's made up of all 9 public school systems on Maryland's Eastern Shore. Back in the spring of 2020, which would have been at the beginning of COVID, prior to the current state superintendent, with the support of the Maryland Department of Education, ESMAC, which is what we call the Eastern Shore of Maryland Educational Consortium, they developed the first blended virtual program in the state of Maryland. And they did so in coordination with the Maryland Department of Education. They did so with a teacher who was on loan from the Wycomico Public School Systems, which is one of the 9 counties. And the issue that became the lightning rod last year was the fact that they were partnering with a for-profit. And we had a lot of discussions in this committee when an effort was made to eliminate that particular blended virtual program. And I appreciated the fact that our current state superintendent, I think, made the point that he's made today, and the bill sponsor has made today in the hearing, that the barometer should be the success of the students and not what the entity is. And so a proposal that would take away the ability for this creative blended virtual program to partner with a for-profit was again going to be eliminated simply because of the status of partnering with a for-profit. So I appreciate the fact that there seems to be in this bill that distinction. And I guess and I know we have Senator Washington's bill, which goes into a lot of more detail on virtual education. I guess where since I have the bill sponsor here, someone who's lived through this experience, both in this committee and with her children. And we have the state superintendent who has had to kind of come into the situation and try to make this all work. To the extent that the Maryland Department of Education with the state superintendent can give the guidelines and the support for what the locals may want to do and give the locals the flexibility, I guess my question would be, do we even need legislation to do that? Or don't you already have the authority to work with the local school districts in setting up the virtual education that would best suit in those local jurisdictions?
Go ahead. Council always reminds me that the state superintendent has broad authority over the schools. The question is, what do I exercise that authority on, and what's the fire that happens afterwards, right? And at the end of the day, on this one, I think there is smart guardrails needed because at the end of the day, the way these initial plans promulgated, they were a bit all over the place, and we know more now. And we have more partnerships and lessons learned, and we know what's working and not working. And as you know, ESMAC has had to make some shifts to improve student outcomes. When we talked last year, I said, I am going to be unapologetic about that, and they're getting better. And so I think just like some things, it's important because there aren't virtual learning regulations right now, right? So this would actually, unlike other things we have discussed around the shoehorn, right? Virtual bills don't have anything other than what was the guidance given out before I came. And then I've been trying to clean that up, but there's no regulations or statute that ultimately guide and anchor it. And so if we want to explore a statewide virtual option, right, it would ultimately go into regulations and other things as well. I'd rather be able to identify those things right now through a bill and have the flexibility to still do those innovations now, rather than having to promulgate regulations and everything else and extend the window even further, and then potentially lose this moment where there might be synergy to get a right bill through the assembly. So,
Madam Chair, just one follow up to that response. So the challenge and will be finding that balance of some, as you say, guardrails, some general enough regulations but that individual school districts, whether it's Montgomery County or the Eastern Shore that combines all 9 of their counties, whatever it might be, that it's got to be general and broad enough that they can still run with what may work in their own jurisdictions.
Absolutely. The bill is designed for everything that exists on the ground right now to continue to exist and raise their game.
I was just gonna, if you were asked other questions, if you could talk directly in the
Oh, sorry.
microphone.
The bill is designed, my apologies. The bill is designed right now to continue on the programs that exist now, but also raise their game and do more things. Right now, if you're enrolled in a virtual school, you can't participate at your homeschool athletics and sports and such. This and statute is actually in the way and regulations is in the way of that. So this would enable that. So again, it allows everything that exists now to continue to exist and raise their game and thrive and do more things as well, that other things that keep them from doing those things.
I see no other questions. So thank you, Senator Hester and witnesses. John Willems from MABE, Maryland Association of Boards of Education, favorable with amendment. Mr. Willems, welcome to EQuad. And then we have one virtual unfavorable witness.
And Vice Chair, members of the committee, John Willems, representing the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. Here today to testify in support of Senate Bill 829. With amendments, the committee has MABE's written testimony. 2 things that I would really like to emphasize. One is we feel pretty strongly that local boards already have ample authority to initiate requests to operate virtual schools and seek the state's approval for those schools. And that authority extends to both the emergency operation of virtual school days in cases of inclement weather under recently approved provisions by MSDE and Superintendent Chaudhry, and therefore appreciate the fact that the bill includes a long section. All the virtual school bills in front of you have about 12 pages related to the emergency operation of charter schools in case of the next pandemic, lest we say it out loud. And so that's important. But the bills also include some important language, and want to thank Senator Hester for the language about the ESMEC school. I know Superintendent Chaudhry, made reference to what we know now. I think this language at the end of the bill is about what we'll know then. So I think it's important to consider that the language with regard to the ESMEC program in this bill relates to the performance of the program in the 23-24 and 24-25 school year. And so, yes, it's a look back, but it's a look back like 3 years from now. And so it's a look back on the future performance of that program. And so there could be some language amendments around that bottom 10% of schools as determined by the department. But that's the standard that's in this bill that would be applied a couple years down the road to looking back on performance that we really don't know yet. So that's not just a couple years of extension, but it actually allows the program to continue, I think, and to be evaluated as it goes. So we thank the sponsor for that provision. Again, our testimony indicates some, I think, areas for additional work, and look forward to doing so with the committee. Thank you.
Mr. Willems. I see no questions from colleagues, but I am gonna take the prerogative, and I hope this isn't inappropriate, but as you know, we have multiple bills on this topic, and you are favorable with amendment for the current bill, the Senate Bill 829, but I just looked ahead and it looks like Senate Bill 609, you're favorable without amendments. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, wait, sorry.
That's a different.
I'm in the wrong. I was trying to get ahead and just, is there anything you'd like to say about the differences that would help inform our work? I went to the wrong bill number.
This bill would extend the you kind of described the crosswalk. I mean, this bill would extend the availability of virtual schooling to the early grades to pre-K and kindergarten. That's certainly a distinction. We're all for flexibility, but we're all for high standards. This bill includes the learning management system that was included in prior legislation. We think that the state can play an air support role in helping facilitate a high quality platform for these programs and services. Many of our smaller systems don't have the capacity to maybe develop systems like that at as robust a level as the state can. And so why not have that developed at the state level? So those are some, I think, distinctions worth keeping in mind.
Again, before we head to the unfavorable, Senator Hester and her staff, which is in the room, created this document, I guess, for us. And so to the degree that this might help guide our work, not that council needs, any assistance because she's so good, but if you have thoughts on love this, hate this, not so sure about this, or, whatever, you want to weigh in on that, and anyone else, it might be helpful if she created the tool. If anyone else wants to get a copy, I suspect that committee staff would be willing to share. So,
Great.
okay.
Thank you very much.
With that, thank you, Mr. Willems. Thank you for your testimony. And with that, we'll shift to an online unfavorable witness from Alexandria McCone. Okay, she'll be with us in a moment.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Alexandria McCone, and I actually do have to change my testimony from unfavorable to favorable with amendments. The issue I have with this bill is the policy on the inclement weather days. First and foremost, as it is technology as it's currently used in the state is destructive to education. Incessant use of Chromebooks exposes our children to inappropriate content, causes physical damage to their bodies and eyes, and causes a slew of mental health problems. To put things into perspective, I would like to share some of the content on my 6th grader's Chromebook. This is a county issued Chromebook. There's a game that depicts the user as a sperm cell and guides them through scenarios involving sex, drugs, and crime. Again, this mature content rated ages 17 and up is on a county Chromebook issued to a 6th grader. The issue I have is that this bill seeks to allow our children unsupervised access to the Chromebooks and their inadequately patrolled content instead of playing in the snow. Aside from the issues with the Chromebooks, implementation of these virtual instruction days is questionable. Imagine a teacher with young children. They're responsible for instructing their class as well as ensuring that their own children are paying attention during their lessons. Imagine a working parent who does not have an inclement weather day. If their children are old enough to stay home, is it really realistic to believe that they will log in and do their lessons? We already know that they will not stay on task at school with a teacher with this technology in front of them. If their children are too young to stay home, they will be left with a friend, neighbor, or daycare center. Is it realistic to believe that all of those options will have the ability and knowledge to get the children online for the classes? Finally, what are the consequences if children do not attend these virtual instruction days? Surely those without power will be granted an excused absence, although such absences are subjective in the COMAR. What about the family who has to drop their child off with a neighbor, one who does not have internet? Will they face an unlawful absence? Again, the COMAR is subjective. This section of the bill is simply out of touch with reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McCone. Thank you for your real world testimony. We appreciate your perspective and your opinions. I see no questions from colleagues for you, so thank you for being with us. And that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 829. Thank you, Senator Hester, and back to the chair. Okay. All right. The next bill, Senator Brooks, you are up. Senate Bill 316, Education, Public High Schools, Financial Literacy Curriculum. And the sponsor panel, in addition to the good senator, is Alan Cox from the Maryland Council on Economic Education. And then we have some other witnesses, but why don't we just start with the senator and Mr. Cox. Senator Brooks, you may begin your testimony.
Okay, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Vice Chair, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of my committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you on SB 316, Education, Public High School Financial Literacy Curriculum. For the record, I am Senator Ben Brooks. I represent the 10th Legislative District in Baltimore County. The purpose of SB 316 is to require the state Board of Education to develop curriculum content for half credit course in financial literacy and to make the course available to every public school in the state of Maryland. Every year we hear about the importance of financial literacy and the need for further instructions in our public schools. Pursuant to COMAR section 13A.04.06.01, financial literacy is embedded in courses such as social studies, world history, or government. Out of the 23 counties plus Baltimore City, only 8 counties have a standalone course. Despite the regulations, Marylanders continue to struggle with the basic of good financial knowledge. The independent organization known as the National Financial Capability Study, the acronym is NFCS, has been interviewing individuals from across the United States on their financial literacy knowledge since 2009. In the most recent study, the NFCS interviewed Maryland residents earning less than $50,000 a year. In 2009, 65% of the had adequate knowledge on inflation. In 2021, only 51% retained that adequate knowledge. In 2009, 67% had adequate knowledge on interest rates. And in 2021, only 61% had adequate knowledge. In 2009, 31% of the respondents overall had a high financial literacy knowledge. And in 2021, only 20% had adequate knowledge. Sorting through the data, you can identify the financial outcomes of Marylanders who learned financial literacy in high school. The findings are concerning. 63% spent more than their income, 22% don't have a savings account, and 41% has paid a minimum balance on credit cards. Research conducted directly with the counties proved inconclusively results in determining the successfulness of our embedded programs. While some counties keep countywide records on class performance, others do not collect the data. It is difficult to extract the information from embedded courses. Unfortunately, since many embedded financial literacy courses are taught in that are taught related subjects like world history or government. In short, we do not know whether the students in certain school systems, especially ones with embedded courses, are learning financial literacy. SB 316 would be the first step in streamlining financial literacy education in public schools. While it does not make this standalone course a graduation requirement, it will provide standard curriculum and offer a measurable mean of determining whether or not students are retaining this knowledge. Our current model is not working. SB 316 merely asks the state board to develop a standard financial literacy curriculum so that it can be offered to students across Maryland. It does not require schools to eliminate or readjust current course. Moreover, countless students, teachers, and education advocates have already called for the creation of a standalone financial literacy course. In fact, Allegheny, Calvert, Caroline, Carroll, Charles, Frederick, Garrett, and Prince George's County have already adopted separate financial literacy courses in their schools because they know it's best for the students. For that reason, I asked the committee for a favorable report on SB 316. I will have my, we can wait and ask the questions afterwards if you'd like, and you can go ahead.
To our committee, you have up to 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Alan Cox, and I am with the Maryland Council on Economic Education at Towson University. I retired from Prince George's County Schools as a teacher. I was there for 34 years. And I taught mostly economics and personal finance. And I know the impact that those courses had on our students. Now, since 2005, when I retired, I've been working for the Maryland Council on Economic Education to work with teachers throughout the state of Maryland. I think I've been in every single jurisdiction. And what I'm finding is that it's kind of a good news and not so good news scenario for financial education here in Maryland. The good news is we have standards. And the State Board of Education made that a requirement of every public school in Maryland starting at grade 3 to include personal finance in those standards in the curriculum. But the bad, not so good news is that we have 10 Maryland jurisdictions, 10 Maryland district schools that do not even offer at the high school level a personal finance course. Don't even offer it. And even the ones that do offer a course, it may not be in every high school. You may have followed the news last year when a group of students from Montgomery County tried to go to the Board of Education to ask for, at minimum, let's have it at least a personal finance course in every high school, because they found that they were not getting the personal finance education that they needed to go on for that skill in life. So I'm here to offer you the fact that it's very much needed to have this course offered in every high school. And more than that, the Maryland Council on Economic Education is going to offer you today. We will train every teacher in every school system that would like to have a teacher trained to teach personal finance. We will do it at no cost to that school system.
Thank you. I have a question, but let's start off with Senator Augustine. Yeah, go.
Sir, thank you for your service to the children of Prince George's County. Just want to say thank you. What was the last school where you were?
High Point High School.
At High Point? Well, that's my district. So I just want to say thank you so very much.
I was there for 27 years.
Thank you, sir, very much.
There we go. We're all grateful to our educators. I have a question for you as an expert, but maybe Senator Brooks wants to speak to this too. I see that it's geared towards high school. Is there a difference between 9th grade and 12th grade in terms of ability, in terms of level of detail and ability to retain it?
Yeah, there's quite a bit of research on that, by the way. And what we're finding is that students benefit the most from a personal finance course when they're close to being able to use the information. So we always suggest to school systems that we work with, try to do this for juniors and seniors. Baltimore County is kind of a poster child for how this should be done, I think. In Baltimore County Public Schools, when you're a 12th grader, you have to take a 4th credit of social studies. And that 4th credit of social studies, you only have 2 choices: advanced placement economics or a personal finance course that they call personal finance and economic theory. Okay. Now, 93% of the students who are 12th graders at Baltimore County Public Schools, guess which course they take? They take the personal finance course, not the AP economics course, right? Some take both, right? So I think because of that situation in Baltimore County with 12th graders, they're going to use that information almost immediately. They're going to make decisions about careers, what they're going to do for an income. They're going to get credit cards. They're going to drive cars. They're going to need insurance. They're going to be victims of identity theft and fraud. Those things happen to people that are 18 on a regular basis. So I urge you to approve this or give this a favorable recommendation. And once again, the Maryland Council on Economic Education for 70 years, starting this year, our 70th year, will offer teacher training, any school system that wants it, for free.
Are there questions for Senator? Oh, yes, I do. Senator Carozza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Brooks, I want to thank you for taking a leadership role in this. And I believe I'm a co-sponsor of Senator Klausmeyer. She has a similar financial literacy, and I'd be happy if you'll let us amend onto yours.
Sure.
And I think it's significant that both you and Senator Klausmeyer have made this a priority issue. I also see someone that I've worked with locally, Eddie Lee, Realtor, who's been very involved in the financial literacy on the Eastern Shore. I guess where I want to go with this, because this has been a challenge, and my friend and colleague, Senator Watson, mentioned, we have the blueprint out there and everything that is required of that. But it's also been noted that we didn't get everything right in the blueprint. We just heard a bill where for the past couple of years, we're dealing with virtual education, and that's not in the blueprint. And some of us believe we might have done maybe a little bit better job on school safety issues in the blueprint. And in this case, financial literacy to me is kind of a glaring omission. And I guess what I want to ask you, because I think you've gone to great lengths with your bill to try to narrow this so it's not a burden to our superintendents. And you can't have the council that's willing to partner and offer this so it's not an expense to the school systems. Can you, in your mind, given, because you know what the pushback is, how you can see that this could go forth without being a burden and another burden on our school systems?
Right. Thanks for the question, Senator. Yes. One of the pushbacks is that they don't want legislators, legislating curriculum, and I don't see it that way. Rather than legislating curriculum, I think we're trying to educate our kids. They're going to need this. I don't care what area they pursue, but once they get out, they're going to have to deal with finances. And if we were to make this available now, they were going to be much better armed to deal with some of the challenges of some of the charlatans that are out there to try to take advantage of them. The fiscal note on this is very low. Right now, it's being embedded in courses, and there's no way for us to measure, what the kids are learning. So I think by breaking it out, a half credit hour, I think that we always have some room for flexibility to adjust, and I think it's more about the will of doing it as opposed to the lack of resources. So yes.
Senator Lewis Young has a question.
Yes.
I think my question is a subset of the prior question. I'm sure you're aware that some of the unfavorable testimony deals with the fact that there's thinking that this material could be integrated into other courses. And we just heard an example where that actually happened. And another topic would put a strain on not only faculty, but classrooms. Is there a way that this can be integrated across the board into other courses with a little bit more local autonomy as to where it gets integrated?
Well, it's being embedded now, I'm told, on some of the unfavorable letters that I've seen, but I just don't see the results. And based on this analysis, well, we went the study, National Financial Capability Study, and it just doesn't show that there's any improvement at all. So we want the kids to, I don't care how they get it in, but it needs to be in there. And I think being a standalone course, then you've got something that's measurable as opposed to embedding it into other courses.
May I follow up with a second question? Can you isolate, though, that is driven by not having a separate course versus other factors? For example, math scores are declining significantly, and we're still teaching math. So are you sure that that's driven by not having a totally devoted course?
I'll turn it over to the expert.
To your first point first, I'll do that first, all right?
Okay.
In those school systems that do not have a graduation requirement for personal finance, most of them report that they're handling this through the government class. Every student has to take the government class. Well, put yourself in the place of a government teacher. You're going to start in September and you're going to teach government, right? If you had the kids for a whole year or whatever that semester is, toward the end of the semester, you're going to feel either confident or not so about how well you got your kids ready for the government test. Well, you might have a few days left over, especially at the end of the school year. So that's where you're going to put the personal finance. Well, the state standards, if you look at the glossary, I think I counted 123 concepts in the glossary of the standards. Are you going to do that in 5 days? Which ones are you not going to do? You're not going to do saving and investing. Maybe you won't do credit. Maybe you won't do identity theft and fraud. Maybe you won't do insurance. Can we really depend on the kid's zip code, whether they get personal finance or not? So that's to your first question, right? Trying to embed this throughout the curriculum. Sure, it can be done in math. Sure, it could be done in family consumer science. It can be done in business classes. That's going to take a lot of coordination. You're going to get all those teachers together and say, okay, on October the 12th, you're going to do in your math class. Let's take a look at the math involved with paying off a credit balance and compound interest. Can you do that for 24 Maryland school districts? Very difficult. Very difficult. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I see no other questions for Mr. Cox or Senator Brooks, but we do have other witnesses. If it's okay, let's shift to them.
Sure.
If I don't know that I see either Bob Benton or
Mr.
Drew
Lee?
Jabin in the room with the bankers. But if they're outside and hearing my voice, they are welcome to come in now to join us. Alicia Potter, the Optimism Group, Potter, and then Edward S. Lee. If Mr. Lee is in the room, you may join us. You all can start, and if the bankers come in, they can just join us belatedly. Ms. Potter, welcome to the committee. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. My 22-year-old son is here with me, but we don't want our car towed, so he went to move it. I support the Financial Literacy Senate Bill 316. In the last 5.5 years, I've been blessed to be a dual state licensed real estate advisor. And I've served upwards of 200 families in the purchase or sale of a home. A high percentage of first-time home buyers did not and do not know about how to build credit, basic financial fundamental principles that affect them in qualifying for a mortgage, like debt to income ratio. And my own children who were in AP and honors courses at Del Mar High School in Wycomico County were able to excel at calculus, but didn't know what a budget was or what it meant to invest in stocks and bonds, nor how to write a check. As a former high school and college instructor for over 20 years, I feel that there is a need to approach financial literacy from a more effective perspective, and we are not providing an opportunity for adults to build financial wealth and legacy for their families by not introducing it to them in their younger years of K through 12. This is how we break cycles of poverty and low socioeconomic patterns. Furthermore, there is no education regarding student loans, which is now an epidemic of debt crippling the capacity for home ownership for our millennials and our Gen Z populations. The idea that a 17-year-old is signing a promissory note and not even knowing what it is or understanding how that impacts their future is disappointing. I was that 17-year-old who was saying sign here, sign there, sitting in a financial aid office with my mom who had an 8th grade education and wasn't able to educate me. I then accrued 6-figure student loan debt by the age of 36, having pursued 2 degrees. I want to tell my son's Caleb story in 4 seconds. I taught him at the edge of our bed how to pull down a download the Experian app. This is from my experience being a real estate professional. Download the Experian app and check his credit score. Use the annualcredit.com to pull all 3 of your reports to make sure nobody's using your social security number to purchase cars. I then taught him, I added him to my credit card as an authorized user and helped him build his credit. By the time Caleb was 18 years old, he had an over 700 credit score. He went into T-Mobile on his own. He got his own T-Mobile account. The T-Mobile representative that pulled his credit looked at me and said, the kid has, quote, excellent credit. I want to credit my mistakes.
Ms. Potter, I'm sorry, we are going to have to ask
I'm
you to
so
stop
sorry.
unless there are
Thank you.
questions. But
Thank you for the time to
congratulations
speak.
on mentoring your son and
Thank you.
teaching him good ways.
Thank you
So,
for the time to speak.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, welcome. You have up to 2 minutes.
My name is Edward Lee. I'm in support of Senate Bill 316. I'm a full-time real estate agent and accredited buyer's representative certified by the National Association of Realtors and a certified credit smart counselor by the Maryland Associations of Realtors. I specialize in working with first-time home buyers. In today's mortgage industry, there's a new form of redlining that was outlawed in 1968. Today's redlining is called credit worthiness. Credit scoring has marginalized Black and brown communities. To a large degree, the Maryland Department of Education is at fault. The department has failed to require financial literacy to be taught in the formative years of a child's education, grades 8 to 12. As you're aware, Comar states that financial literacy be required in grades K to 7, while in grades 8 to 12, financial literacy is an elective. Senate Bill 316 corrects this injustice by requiring financial literacy to be taught and credited in grades 8 to 12. 80% of my clients range in ages 35 to 45 years of age. They come to me unable to purchase homes because of poor credit standings. There are mostly Black and brown clients with no knowledge of how banking and lending systems work. They do not understand how to properly use credit cards, nor do they understand credit bureaus, scoring, and functions, nor strategically how to differentiate between needs and wants. The basic financial skills should be taught through as a part of their graduation in public education. My clients have jobs, many are professionals, some are educators, but lack the financial skills to manage their professional matters. These are persons in search of the American dream, accumulating wealth, raising a family, buying a home. The reality is that their dreams have turned into a nightmare. The Maryland Department of Education has failed these individuals and will continue to fail others if proper action is not taken now. It is for these reasons that I asked you to support Senate Bill 316.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Thank you all. Before we see if there are questions, I'm going to make one more call for Bob Enton or Drew Jabin. I do not see them, but I think it's pretty obvious that the Maryland bankers would think that financial literacy was a good idea and their testimony was favorable. Are there questions for Mr. Cox, Ms. Potter, Mr. Lee, or the sponsor of the bill?
If I could say one other thing.
Please.
Madam Vice Chair. Yeah, you know, everything that we do, that credit score does impact, you know, and whether it's directly or indirectly, directly or indirectly, you know, and I'm somewhat a little disappointed, if not miffed, that our school partners are not supporting or coming up with unfavorables. And here again, the intent or the purpose is to make sure that our kids are properly educated with good financial literacy, you know, and I do a financial literacy forum every year. And there's something here for not only for the kids, but also for the parents. And some of you would probably, well, some of you probably already know, you can take a 30-year mortgage and you can shave 54 months off without even increasing the payments. And that's just by paying bi-weekly instead of paying monthly, you know. So just, yeah, and that's that. And when I do the financial literacy, hardly any of the parents know that, but you know, it's just something that you learn from either hearing it from other people or just taking some financial literacy courses.
So Senator Brooks, you're the expert at this and I am not, but something I learned when I bought my first baby little townhouse was either make a 13th payment each year or double the principal. And in the beginning, it's $2.34 or whatever, it goes up incrementally. But
Right.
again, you turn a 30-year mortgage into like a 15-year mortgage really easily.
Yeah.
So anybody watching, even an extra $20, $50 each month on your mortgage payment adds up a lot.
Yeah,
So-
it helps because you're paying on the declining principal balance. So,
Exactly,
yes.
exactly. So that completes
But
the
except,
hearing.
wait, can I just
Oh,
add, not,
please,
not to
Mr.
throw a monkey wrench, because I'm into this stuff. Except if you're locked into a 2.5% mortgage rate, you may not want to deploy that extra money. You may want to put that in S&P 500 index.
Yeah.
So it's not quite so simple throwing all your money towards your
Very good
2.5 or
point. Very good.
3% mortgage rate.
I'll see that to you, Chair.
There you go. All right,
All
that
right.
completes the hearing. And Ms. Potter, please tell your son that we all wish him the best and we expect great things. He's off to a good start. All right, back to the chair.
Okay, we're going to next turn to Senate Bill 822, Senator McKay. Come on up here, Senator, and we've got two witnesses signed up both from Allegheny County. We've got Melissa Kamoff from Allegheny County Public Schools and Cynthia Barbera, Allegheny College of Maryland. Senator McKay, got the time you need to describe Senate Bill 822.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and the members of the committee. Senate Bill 822 has to do with our P-TECH program that we passed a couple of years ago. We've hit a couple hiccups. They're going to happen. So we call this a correction bill, and it has to do with the high school diplomas. As I said, it fixes some problems that have arisen with the students and their involvement, and hopefully future involvement as we get other kids to go down the P-TECH path. A couple of the issues are receiving financial aid, obtaining a provisional driving license, and you will hear about college sports as well. So the bill just simply changes to keep the diploma on file, and I urge a favorable report of Senate Bill 822. I'd like to turn it over to my panel, please.
Okay, why don't you tell us your name? We'll start with you, ma'am, and just tell us your name. Each of you has 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Cynthia Bambera. I'm president of Allegheny College of Maryland, and thank you very much for having us give our testimony today. As the senator said, this program is an absolutely wonderful program, and we are in our 6th year of the program. They're defined differently throughout the states. Each county that has a program can form what they best suits their county. So we are in year 6. And we have discovered a few obstacles for students, and that is that currently the bill requires that the high school hold the diploma until the student finishes the associate's degree. So what this bill is asking for is to allow everything else to stay in place, the funding, everything, so that the student could get their high school diploma. The barriers to that are threefold. First of all, when the student gets to the community college in year 5, they cannot get federal financial aid because they do not have their high school diploma in hand. So therefore, oftentimes the curriculum on the 5th and 6th year does not require a full load of P-TECH courses. So it might only require 2. So if the student wants to take, say, additional business classes or something else that might benefit their career, they can't get federal financial aid. So likewise, if they want to play sports, they have to enroll in at least 12 credits to play sports in the community college. And if they don't have federal financial aid, with our high rate of free reduced lunch students, it puts up a barrier for the college athletics. And then finally, if they don't have their driver's license by the time they graduate from high school, there's an additional waiting period or permit period that they have to go through, which puts up a barrier for them to actually drive to campus and take the classes. So with that, I have 6 seconds left, and I'm going to ask my colleague to chime in.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, on behalf of Allegheny County Public Schools, I am Melissa Kamoff. I am pleased to offer our complete support for the Pathways and Technology Early College High School program. As you know, this is a 9 through 14 model. So our students go beyond high school. Our students not only earn their degree, but they're also leaders, athletes, participate in extracurricular activities at both the high school level and the college level. Because we take advantage of dual enrollment classes, transcripted credits, et cetera, many of our P-TECH students, when they go beyond the high school grade 12, they don't have a full schedule. So if they want to take a full schedule to become a better leader or to take sports, they're unable to receive federal financial aid without that high school diploma. And as we also mentioned with the driver's license, you know, many of our students are waiting. I don't know why, but they wait until 18 to get their driver's license. So they have to wait 9 months on that provisionary license versus 3 months with the high school diploma. You know, and these are just a few things that we've discovered so far in the 2 years that we've had students go beyond high school. I also had a couple of students a few weeks ago ask me for their diploma because their job, if they could prove that they had their high school diploma, could either get a pay bump or a slightly better position where they work. So we're also holding back students from earning extra money. And as Dr. Bambera said, you know, half of our students qualify for free and reduced meals. They need that extra income. And, you know, we don't want to take sports away from them just because they can't afford to take those extra classes.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Senator McKay or this panel? Senator Watson.
Quick question, and thank you for this bill. I'm happy to have a well-functioning P-TECH school in my district, Frederick Douglass High School. Is this the issue with the diploma? Is this unique to Allegheny or is this all P-TECH? Go ahead, please.
It is not unique to Allegheny County. This is across the state. The reason we're here, you know, as the face of this bill is because Allegheny County is ahead of the rest of the state. Our students are now the second year that they're beyond grade 12, where the other schools, they're just getting into beyond grade 12 now. So they only have students in college for a couple of months beyond grade 12. So they just haven't seen this yet.
Okay.
So this problem's coming to you very shortly.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you for bringing problems to my doorstep. Appreciate it.
Well, we're trying to avoid them.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for the panel or the sponsor? Okay,
Well,
seeing
for
that-
Mr. Chairman, for
Yes.
full disclosure, number 5 in the 8 pecking order of my kids are in the P-TECH, and with 3 kids behind it, he's gonna need his driver's license to
All I
help.
could say is
take
8
those
kids,
kids
man, you
around.
deserve to get every bill passed. That's pretty impressive.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Senator. That concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 822. We're going to next turn to Senator Elfreth. I think she's got some panelists, Senate Bill 791. And I do see her sponsor panelists. I see Samantha Swirling, Cheryl Boast, Nicole Disney Bates are your designated 3 sponsor panelists. I guess we're missing Ms. Bates.
Yes.
She here?
We have
couldn't
not
make
seen her. I don't think she was able to make it today. Mr. Chair.
Okay,
So I walked in, I thought I was in JPR with Senator McKay standing at the witness stand.
Yes.
But glad to see friendly EEE committee. Colleagues, Senator Sarah Elfreth here representing District 30 to present Senate Bill 791 on a topic that this committee knows painfully all too well, not just from what you've heard this session and past sessions, but also throughout our communities. And this is a bill that actually came to me from constituents, and I've been very fortunate to work with MSEA and many other groups to try to solve it. So I'll just start by saying this community knows that we are facing here in Maryland and nationwide the worst educator shortage in recent memory. Just in certified teachers alone, Ms. Bose just shared with me that we are 2,500 vacancies down across the state. That is, it includes, those are teachers, but we also know we have shortages in critical support staff, including social workers, school psychologists, speech pathologists, so all across the board. And when we lose those support staff, that work is going to further fall on educators, exacerbating the problem even further. So this bill seeks to remedy that by tweaking parts of the blueprint. So I mentioned this came to me from a constituent. I was at a crab feast, oddly enough, in Edgewater, and a constituent who is a department chair, who has her national board certification, was not meeting the threshold of the bonus, threshold in the blueprint to receive that bonus because she was not spending what the blueprint's designated time in the classroom, but she's still spending her time supporting other teachers and very much, I believe, met the intent of this legislative, this committee and the legislature's intent with the blueprint to receive that bonus. So the bill does a couple things. It would expand eligibility for salary increases that are currently limited to national board certified teachers to additional highly qualified educators. We set the standard with national board certification of the highest kind of echelon of professional degree, not degree, but certification. Thank you, Cheryl, that you can meet. But other support staff like psychologists, like social workers also have similar to national board, kind of the highest echelon. So what this bill does is it says we want to recognize that and then open up the bonuses to those groups as well. So again, we can incentivize folks to stay in our schools. The bill would also expand eligibility for the salary increases to behavioral health and other school-based student service providers, as I mentioned, like psychologists, speech pathologists, social workers, everybody else who has direct interaction with students who are currently being left out of the bonus structure. And then it will remove overly burdensome language around the career ladder requirements for assistant principals. This is just a small tweak to the blueprint that we've heard, and I know my panel will speak to a little bit more. But the current law requires that assistant principals teach in the classroom for at least 20% of the time and spend the remaining amount of their time on other teacher activities, including setting priorities for subject level departments of the school and fulfilling specialized roles. So this legislation will remove those requirements and instead require that assistant principals participate in classroom activity involving direct interactions with students for at least 20% of the time. So just a small tweak that will really address a serious problem for our assistant principals. And then lastly, the legislation will remove limitations around who can write curriculum, and in doing so, alleviate a lot of pressure on the select number of individuals who are currently authorized under Blueprint. So currently, only distinguished and professor distinguished teachers are permitted to be selected to develop curriculum, assessment items, and model lessons. And the problem is that due to the recent introduction, few educators find themselves at this level of the career ladder. So this language, if it's not changed, will only lead to a further burnout and overburdening of many of our teachers. So this is really a rising tide that's meant to lift all boats here and ensure that we are facing our educator shortage. And I use the word educator, not teacher, head on, because we have so many school support staff who directly support students who are not being recognized in this bonus. Mr. Chair, the fiscal note assumes that the locals will pick up the additional bonuses. Our intent with the bill was that it would follow the same split as Blueprint does, which is 50-50 state and local. Appreciating that this is a high fiscal note, I'll also note you might hear from folks today, the money our locals are spending on contract employees at the moment for special educators, school psychologists, social workers, et cetera, that I believe they're using ARPA funds to kind of fill in those gaps at the moment, and that's not going to last forever. I would say that we could save some money here by providing these bonuses and keeping the support staff in our schools instead of paying exorbitant rates for contract employees out. So I think there's going to be a balance here in terms of the fiscal note. And I hope that you will agree with me that with some small tweaks, we can address head on the educator shortage we're experiencing across our communities. And with that, Mr. Chair, I request a favorable committee report.
Thank you, Senator Elfreth. Let's go to the two panelists, then we'll open up for questions. Ms. Post.
Yep. Good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Boast, and I'm a 4th and 5th grade teacher from Baltimore County, proudly serving as the president for the Maryland State Education Association, representing over 75,000 educators across the state. I'm going to put a personal face on this. As a 4th grade teacher, I had a student named Stuart, and Stuart came to me in 4th grade after being in 13 schools and reading at a kindergarten level. So for a year, I used our reading specialist, our math specialist, our social worker to get mom a job so he could stay in one place for an entire year. Our school counselor, even our nurse to get glasses because he needed glasses. By the end of his first year in 4th grade, he was reading at a 3rd grade level. I kept him another year. And by the time he left me the second time, he was reading at a 5th grade level. I was able to do that, though, because I utilized the other support people around me. And currently, they are ineligible for any of these salary enhancements that go to nationally board certified teachers. And they're nationally board certified. but they're ineligible because they're not listed as the teacher of record. The classroom teacher is listed as that, but I could not help Stuart by myself. I needed all of them. So we're talking about reading specialists, math specialists, counselors, all of these folks who have the highest level of national certification are ineligible for that salary enhancement because they don't hold a national board. I mean, because they're not the teacher of record. So they hold their certificate, they've gone through all the training, but they're not that narrow teacher of record as a classroom teacher. But again, I couldn't do it without them. And so this would help us be a more inclusive school and not dividing who has what title, who has what job, because we all contribute to the success of our students. And I have to say, the calls that I get in for issues across the state, this is one of the most frequent calls for people asking for this to be expanded. I think this was the intent of the blueprint, but in an omnibus bill, there are some tweaks that need to be made through implementation. So we urge your favorable support. Thank you.
And I should know, we do have one virtual witness part of your sponsor panel that will, Dr. Nikki Ham will take her next. So let's go through Ms. Swirling.
Great. Thank you, members of the committee. Samantha Zwirling here with MSEA as well. Really proud to be here on this bill. I'll make one note because they both covered the salary increases so well, is that I think you've heard from the superintendent this year about our math and reading scores, and that only 7% of our students are at proficient level in math. This bill would help expand salary increases to math specialists, the exact kind of people that we need to help get our students up to grade level and where they need to be. We need to make sure that we're incentivizing those folks to stay in the profession and not moving into other job categories where they would be eligible for these other kind of salary increases. I'll talk now about the policy pieces here on the assistant principals, like Senator Elfreth mentioned. Right now, under the blueprint, the assistant principals are required to be essentially the teachers of record for 20% of their time. That doesn't work in an elementary school when you can be the teacher of record maybe for just a Monday. If for a first grade class, that doesn't really work. And so we really need to make sure that there's expanded eligibility for these assistant principals, and to allow them to really do their job, because the blueprint goes on to say that these assistant principals should be doing other teaching activities for the rest of that time. They have jobs including working on student discipline, observing in evaluation teams, working on special education plans. So they need that time to actually focus on their jobs. As the senator also talked about, the final piece of the bill relates to who can write curriculum. We understand, that the intent of this language was to make sure that the best of the best are the ones writing our curriculum. But right now in this shortage time, these master distinguished teachers or these professor distinguished teachers, there might only be one of them in a school building. And the entire job of that curriculum writing falls on them. That's not a great prize of work for those people. So with that, MSEA urges a favorable report on SB 791. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to everybody for your testimony. Before we go to Dr. Ham, any questions for Senator Elfreth or her panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We are going to go next to Dr. Nikki Ham, who I see virtually. So Dr. Ham, you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Nikki Ham, and I'm the president of the Maryland School Counselor Association. And I'm here today to express our sincere support for this Senate bill, which provides salary increase for certain school personnel to improve recruitment and retention. As you're aware, and people are talking about just earlier, there is currently a shortage of school counselors and school personnel and educators. This shortage is a significant concern to school counselors because we play a critical role in supporting the academic and emotional well-being of students. And it's essential that we address the shortage and provide fair compensations for school counselors, as well as all of the other support people that are not initially included in the blueprint. MASCA believes the Senate bill is an important step in the right direction. By providing salary increases for certain personnel, we can improve recruitment and retention, which will ultimately benefit our students, Maryland students. And it's our hope that this bill will not only help to address the shortage of school counselors, but also improve the overall quality of education in Maryland, and also improve the collaboration with our colleagues and personnel from school social workers, school psychologists, and other key members of the team to support all students. MASCA believes that school counselors should be covered under the blueprint legislation. However, there's some confusion in the implementation. And so MASCA is really hoping for clarity, but we believe this bill is a right step in that right direction. And finally, I want to emphasize the importance of addressing the student to counselor ratio in Maryland. The Commission on Innovation and Excellence in Education's 2019 report adopted the national recommendation of 250 students per one counselor. However, MSDE data shows that many counties are really significantly not aligned with that. And so with several counties having 1,000 students per one counselor, and it's the same with school social workers, psychologists, all of those. So we must address this issue to ensure that our students receive the support they need. So in conclusion, MASCA supports the Senate bill and urges the committee to approve it. We believe that providing compensation for school personnel is critical.
You can finish your sentence. We're not that strict.
Critical to improving the quality of education in Maryland. Thank you.
Perfect. Any questions for Dr. Ham? Okay, seeing none, we're going to next move to a panel of favorables in person. Mary Casper, Megan Skowski, John Woolams. Okay, I'm just going to keep going. Okay, actually, those are the only in person. Everybody else after this is virtual. So looks like Mr. Woolams is not here. Oh, there he is. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're going to start with Ms. Casper since that's the first person I called. And then everybody gets 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Mary Casper. I'm a speech language pathologist, a resident of District 15, and currently serve as president of the Maryland Speech Language Hearing Association, or MASHA. Salary incentives were demonstrated in the blueprint to be the key to recruitment, retention, and adequate staffing of high-quality educators. MASHA asserts that this applies to speech language pathologists, or SLPs, working in Maryland schools. The intent of the body with this blueprint was to improve the quality of education for children in Maryland schools. It is vital that Maryland work to provide high-quality educators to all of our students, including those with disabilities. SLPs have nationally recognized certification. The Certificate of Clinical Competence, or the CCC, from the American Speech Language Hearing Association, ASHA. If you refer to the chart at the end of Ms. Miskowski's written testimony, you will note that both the National Board Teaching Certification and the CCC reflect at least 3 years beyond the bachelor's degree. The peer review for the CCC comes in the form of a clinical fellowship. Trained evaluators assess the CCC candidate, conducting 18 hours of direct observation of clinical skills and another 18 hours of review of written work product, examining 21 clinical domains. This process is actually more intense review than that of the National Board Teaching Certification, which is a self-selected video sample of teaching skills. SLPs working in Maryland schools must be given access to the salary incentives currently afforded to teachers in the blueprint legislation with our equally rigorous credentials to the National Board Teaching Certification. Meeting staffing needs of school districts with directly hired SLPs who will have access to salary incentives is fiscally responsible and will assure the best educational outcomes for Maryland students. Thank you.
Okay, why don't you pass that down to you already have a mic in front of you, ma'am. Why don't you tell us your name and get 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Megan Miskowski. I'm a speech language pathologist in Baltimore City Public Schools, where I'm also a resident. I'm also a member of the Baltimore Teachers Union. So I wanted to share with you that speech language pathologists provide specialized instruction. Our therapy services are instruction per the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. We are solely responsible for the communication goals on our students' IEPs. These are the requirements under the blueprint for being an educator. In Maryland, the third biggest staff shortage area per MSDE is speech therapy. And that's not by percentage, that's by the numbers. When we lack adequate staff, we're bringing in very expensive contractors. Our obligation to provide speech therapy under IDEA doesn't go away. When we don't staff these roles, we have to have IEP meetings where we talk about why we didn't provide those services. We have to write compensatory awards that are thousands of dollars. We have families unilaterally place their children in special education schools that are very expensive, $150 per year per student. These are just mounting fiscal damage to districts when we have inadequate staffing. In Baltimore City, we have 153 full-time SLP jobs. A third of those, 50 of them, are currently staffed with contractual SLPs at an annual cost of $6 million. If we could just convert some of those positions to direct hires by having access to salary incentives, we can save $1.5 million for that piece of it alone. Also, we're all licensed because we're required to be in Maryland. And that means all of our services are billed to Medicaid. The average speech pathologist in Maryland is bringing in $52,000 in revenue for their services per clinician. This is money we lose when we don't have adequate staffing. It is vital that we're part of it. Families want this too. State complaint letters are skyrocketing because the families are mad their kids are not getting the speech therapy they need.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Willems.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, John Willems, representing the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. I'm not a speech language pathologist, but my sister is. I'm also not a school psychologist, but my brother is. And so I'm testifying here today on behalf of all 24 local school systems and apparently my immediate family, although they're not in Maryland practicing. To be clear, MABE is 110% in support of this bill in concept. I refer to this as the Harmony in the Building bill to include all highly qualified staff in the guaranteed salary increases provided to classroom teachers in the blueprint. Was it the intent of the blueprint to include these folks? For the record, unpopularly, I'll say no, it was not. The consultant on the blueprint was very much all about classroom teacher focus. But does that reflect the need for harmony in the building and state and local funding to support the work of professionals who are all occupying the same space and working with the same kids day in and day out? No, it does not. And so this bill is very much needed. But by virtue of it not being included in the blueprint, it is not included in the funding scheme. It is not included in those tiny fine print funding tables that some of us have seen that stretch out through 2034. And show the billions of dollars the state will spend to fully implement the blueprint. And then there are other tables that show the county share. This bill, if fully implemented, would have impacts on both of those. So MABE support with the amendments is to encourage us to move forward intentionally to develop a funding approach to expanding the blueprint where it's essential to do so. And we believe the issues raised in this bill are essential. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to our former member of the Prince George's Board of Education, Senator Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just obligated to ask this question. So all of the other educational bills, seem to put additional requirements on. This bill is actually second guessing what the blueprint already has. You're changing some things, and that's a little concerning to me. Now, and I can only speak for my county, 190 million in revenues, 114 million has to go to the blueprint. This is additional money, even if you do the 50-50 split. And all the data that I've received personally, has not been issues of salaries. It's been issues of disrespect in the schools that this state cannot get their hands around and figure out how to rectify, which is causing teachers to leave in droves. That aside, and I was curious to hear what the amendment was from MABE, right? I'm happy to hear about more money going to our math teachers. That I love. But the additional financial burden, if the state cannot find the coffers to cover it, is there some type of middle ground with what you're trying to get to? There's more than just money that draws people to come to work and stay. There's a lot we are missing on this that we don't discuss because we don't know how to fix it, and neither does the blueprint. So I give you that. But additional money will help, but how can we afford it? I mean, help me out. Prince George's is very unique, as well as Baltimore City and Dorchester. As I said before, we're shouldering the bulk of the cost of implementing the blueprint, and our counties have the highest needs and the most impacted students in the state. So this is directly related to my district. So I have to raise these questions, even though, I love our teacher workforce and believe everybody is valuable in that school. I believe in the harmony and I know it's needed. But, help me out and understand, as well as I do, because we've worked together. the uniqueness of Prince George's County and our impacted kids. So I appreciate some kind of response.
Well, Senator, I think it's an excellent question. And I think first to take one step back, the blueprint is wonderful insofar as what it does, and setting minimum salaries of $60,000, setting raises of $10,000 for national board certification and an additional $7,000 for working in a low performing school, reducing the amount of time that classroom teachers are expected to spend in front of full classrooms. All of that helps us recruit and ideally retain more teachers. And that is built into the blueprint scheme. So to the extent Prince George's can recruit more teachers, more professionals in the building, that I firmly believe is going to help those student behavior issues. And those are costs that are already calculated and projected. However, if the blueprint is not incorporating similar raises and similar benefits for the professional staff, your counselors, school psychologists, social workers, SLPs, and the folks who support the work around the individual education plans, the IEPs, the 504 plans, then you're not taking that whole child approach. You're missing that holistic balance of rewarding all the professionals in that building. And that is something that I will say was raised during the development of the blueprint. And is this a major example of something we feel needs to be looked at? Absolutely. But there are other things. I mean, my testimony specifically looks at the 20% of the time an assistant principal would be expected to spend in the classroom. And I think in your schools, but in schools across the state, those assistant principals have really big jobs. They're administrative jobs. Are they educational leaders? Yes. But is a fifth of their time intended to be spent in the classroom teaching? Absolutely not. And so there's a complete disconnect between, again, the words in black and white in the blueprint relative to the reality of what that professional responsibility is. So the amendment requests as much flexibility as possible with regard to that assistant principal's time. So the blueprint is expensive for a lot of very wonderful and right reasons in our view. And we believe it's going to help Prince George's County accomplish great things and all 23 other systems. But I'm very confident that passing this bill with the funding to support it would be of great benefit as well.
Okay, Senator Lewis Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to address my question to Ms. Miskowski. Hope I pronounced that right.
You did.
You quoted a very impressive number about a cost savings between hiring full-time speech therapists versus contracting out. So my question is, why is there so much contracting out in your district?
Sure. And it's not just my district, it's Prince George's too, where they're currently having to rely on virtual services for in-person students. We're having both a contractual SLP zooming into a kindergarten classroom, a paraeducator that you have to pay to sit with that student, and it's disruptive and it affects the harmony of the classroom. But part of the issue is that speech pathologists are licensed. I can work in public schools with my credentials. I can work in medical settings with my credentials. And so there's just intense, there's intense competition within the job market. And when you graduate from speech pathology school, you go to these job fairs. The contractual agencies are there and the districts are there, and the districts will show their pay scales and the contractual agency will say, I can beat that, especially for our new graduates, where they tend to have lower healthcare costs. They're cheaper employees overall. So a contractual agency can hire that SLP, pay them $8,000 to $10,000 more, and then sell them to the district for $120,000, where if the school system had just had the opportunity to hire that person at a competitive market wage, they would have saved $40,000, sometimes $50,000 for every single one of those. If you're a 22-year-old and they tell you they're going to pay you, $8,000 more for the exact same job, that's what you do. And what we find out too is as people get older, they tend to then switch to being a direct hire when it's time to have kids or when they start to have medical issues because they want better health insurance or maternity leave. School systems then bear the cost of these more expensive employees while losing the benefit of younger, cheaper employees. And it's this vicious cycle that we have to get out of. And it's not just Baltimore City, it is across the state.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, we do have three we have three virtual witnesses signed up, all favorable with amendment. We're gonna start with Catherine Ling. She's in the queue. Miss Ling, we're gonna bring you up. You're signed up favorable with amendments, and you've got 2 minutes, Dr. Ling.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman and honored members. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony regarding Senate Bill 791. My name is Catherine Ling. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Nurses Association. I've been an RN since 1990, a practicing family nurse practitioner for the last 30 years, as well as working as a scientist and educator for the last 12. I reside in Legislative District 12A. M&A asks for your support for Senate Bill 791. School nurse is a moniker that does not necessarily refer just to a registered nurse. School health rooms are staffed by certified nursing assistants, licensed practical nurses, or other healthcare providers. These professionals have to hold their highest certification and training to be licensed and to be in these settings. So why support spending resources in this way? Spending this money creates an infrastructure to support growth and professional development. Health professionals have different structures for training and advancement, but meet commensurate rigor with our education colleagues. Students also bring with them a variety of chronic and acute conditions with health needs that have to be met to optimize education and learning environments. And this legislation provides an opportunity to discuss merit-based pay structures for all who contribute to the well-being and success of our Maryland students. M&A asks that you support the budget appropriations for the Senate bill. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Dr. Ling? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to our next virtual witness, Sonia Lawson. Again, favor with amendments, Ms. Lawson. Okay,
Yes,
okay, we do.
sorry, I just
see
need to
you.
start my video. I'm here.
Okay, we got 2 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon, members of the committee. I represent the Maryland Occupational Therapy Association, and I'm pleased to provide testimony today on Senate Bill 791. The Maryland Occupational Therapy Association supports this Bill 791 because it would provide salary increases for certain school personnel, which would help address ongoing shortages in school-based health providers that support educational goals such as occupational therapists and occupational therapy assistants. The blueprint for Maryland's future recognized the importance of addressing teacher shortages and ensuring that all students have access to highly qualified teachers. To help the state achieve these goals, the blueprint created the career ladder for educators. This program created a minimum teacher salary and created a tiered salary system to incentivize educators to achieve advanced education credentials. The Maryland OT Association strongly supported this blueprint, including the teacher career ladder. However, we believe that there should be an extension to the blueprint to help address shortages of school health providers. Occupational therapists and occupational therapy assistants provide important services to students that help ensure that all students are able to receive a high-quality education, similar to how they work with patients to address barriers to completing activities of daily living. We help many students address barriers to classroom participation and completing classroom activities. Without occupational therapists, many students would not be able to be educated, even with the most highly qualified educators. Currently, school systems are having difficulty hiring and retaining OTs because the salaries in our school systems are not keeping up with the salaries in private practice or other healthcare settings. This legislation would help attract and retain high-quality occupational therapists so that all Maryland students are able to access high-quality education. With this, we ask for a favorable vote on this bill, and we suggest a technical amendment just to include that another criteria other than a specific potential be used to evaluate the appropriateness for the salary increases. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Lawson? Okay, seeing none, the final witness is Brianna January from MACO. Ms. January, I see you. You're the final witness here. You signed up favorable with amendments, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Committee. Brianna January on behalf of MACO in support of SB 791 with amendments. Counties understand and support the intent of the bill. However, the salary increases and pay bonuses proposed under the bill for additional school staff outside of the compromises of the blueprint would pose a significant challenge for counties, which the fiscal note calls meaningful. And thank you, Senator Watson, for raising this issue. And I'll add that Prince George's County is not alone in shouldering the bulk of blueprint expenses. Many counties are in the same position. Committee, counties are working in good faith to implement those years-old compromises of the blueprint. And in fact, some counties have already instituted educator salary aspects of the law. If it is the notion of the General Assembly to expand the blueprint's salary and benefit provisions to include additional school staff, the state must appropriate the full funds to do so. Counties cannot be expected to pick up these added costs when many are already at their brink trying to pay for the blueprint as it is. And with that in mind, MACO suggests an amendment to the bill to require the state to fully fund those additional unexpected salary adjustments and bonuses. Without that state support, committee, ultimately counties will have to pick and choose which aspects of education to prioritize and resource. Again, we are eager to work on this issue. We agree that it's an important one, but we do ask that you consider those years of hard work and negotiations that resulted in the blueprint by providing the state funding to cover those increased personnel costs under SB 791. With that, we urge a favorable report with that amendment. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. January? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 791. And we're next going to go, I'm going to present a bill next, and then we're going to go back in order. So I'm going to turn it over to the Vice Chair.
Okay, Senate Bill 662, Higher Education, Appointment of Secretary and Student Financial Assistance, alterations. In addition to the chair, we are going to have Brad Phillips from the Maryland Association of Community College, Jackson Vasquez Reyes from Montgomery College. I saw Susan earlier. I don't know. Sandra Curtinitis. Okay. And Matt Power with MICUA, the Maryland Independent College and University Association.
Patrick Hogan is also.
Yep, and he is on the next page. There are a whole bunch more witnesses.
Get Patrick Hogan up here.
Okay.
If-
Jackson, it's nice to see you again, rock star. Do you want to, Mr. Chair, it's
Yeah.
not marked as sponsor panels. Would you like?
Yes,
Patrick
yes, I
Hogan
want
first?
this group up
Okay.
here.
Mr. Vasquez Reyes, if you could wait for the second panel, I think.
Right.
So you want Brad Phillips and Matt Power and Patrick Hogan?
Yes.
First panel?
And Miss,
Sandra Curtinitis.
yes, we want Sandra as well.
Okay.
And,
All right, and the rest we will take you right afterwards.
okay, well, yeah, so if Patrick Hogan shows up, or is David Horn here by chance? David Horn, okay.
David Horn on Towson Tiger
Right
Day
here,
with-
yeah, and there's. Mr.
without a
Phillips.
yellow,
There's
without a
Mr.
yellow
Phillips.
tie on.
Correct, and then again, if
right.
Mr. Hogan shows up, I would want him designated as a part of the
All right.
sponsor. Colleagues, I'm gonna, for some questions on this one, I think the panel is gonna be best able to answer, but just laying a bit of a foundation here. This is probably a conversation that I think is going to have to continue. I don't think we're 100% to a finished product, but this is an important topic, probably a long time in coming in terms of, the relationship between our universities, our community colleges, our independent institutions of higher ed, and the Maryland Higher Education Commission. When it comes to making financial awards, there are, it turns out, a lot of barriers. We're not operating on all cylinders in that regard. And there are a lot of obstacles and barriers that have been identified over time. And this bill is designed to streamline some of the red tape aspects of it. Also, I would say just again, barriers. So there's really four things to Senate Bill 662. And again, I think they're going to continue to be some conversation, but here's the four things that are contained in the bill. Specifically, number one, does make some changes to how the Secretary of Higher Ed is appointed in our state. It requires the secretary to now be appointed under this bill and serve at the pleasure of the governor instead of the Maryland Higher Education Commission. Number two, we have a sort of a situation for those of you, there was a December 2022 report from the Office of program evaluation and government accountability, identifying a number of hurdles students face, specifically with the Howard P. Rawlings Education Excellence Award program. That is the main financial aid program in our state to help low-income students. And there's again a lot of obstacles, and the bill makes attempts to remove those obstacles. So here are the three things in this part of the bill. For eligibility to get access to the Rawlings Education Excellence Award, it does repeal the specified age and GPA requirements. Secondly, repeals the requirements that require that the student be within 1 year of graduation. And thirdly, the completion of a college prep program in high school. These are some provisions that are currently in place. This bill repeals those provisions. The third big part of the bill alters how the Maryland Community College Promise Scholarship is awarded by making it a campus-based program awarded by community college instead of the Maryland Higher Education Commission being the focal point of that particular scholarship. That particular scholarship continues to be severely underutilized. At the end of FY 2022, there was $8.9 million of unused appropriations in the Maryland Community College Promise Scholarship Program. So that's 82% of the program's funding is completely been left on the table. That's really inexcusable. And then finally, the fourth part of the bill moves the entire process for awarding the guaranteed access grants to the institutions of higher ed over a 3-year period from where it's currently housed largely, again, within the Maryland Higher Education Commission. Those are the four prongs of the bill. I think the panel will drill a little bit deeper into the problems that have been identified in this space in terms of financial assistance and getting the dollars to those who need it. And so with that, Madam Vice Chair, I'd like the panel to weigh in, but those are the contours of the bill, the four prongs of the bill. And so with that, I'd ask for, I will say favorable, but I also think there's going to be some further adjustments once the panel lays out the case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Feldman, we have an all-star bunch of witnesses today. I have no idea whether you want to start. My instinct is to take the late guy first. So Patrick Hogan, welcome. You have up to 2 minutes to provide your testimony.
I almost caught my breath, Madam Vice Chair. I thought the bill was last. My apologies. I ran over here from my office, but Madam Vice Chair, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to testify. For the record, I'm Patrick Hogan with the University System of Maryland, here in support with amendments of Senate Bill 662. And I want to begin by thanking Chair Feldman for introducing this legislation. The USM and our institutions have long sought modifications and clarifications to the rules and regulations within MHEC for making need-based financial aid awards to students. And we appreciate the committee's leadership in working to improve this process. The legislation makes several changes that will allow institutions to better serve our students to provide complete aid packages so they can make decisions about attending college sooner. There are some aspects of the bill that we do believe need amendments, as the chair alluded to clarify this new method of awarding these grants. MHEC should continue to oversee the GA and EA eligibility determination and award process for the next generation students and students eligible for the Maryland State Financial Aid application. The effective date of this shift in oversight should coincide with the full federal implementation of the FAFSA Simplification Act, and campus financial aid systems will need to be modified to correctly identify and verify applicants, and the funding provided in the bill should be made available in FY 25 to coincide with that. Finally, the June 1st deadline for institutions to submit a list of GA award recipients does not allow adequate time for campuses to finalize their awards, so a later date or a flexible time frame is preferred. One of our campus financial aid directors is here from Towson University, who will also be testifying, can provide more detail and answer some questions. But we do look forward to working with the sponsor and working with the committee on amendments on this bill. Thank you. And I'm now going to catch my breath.
Now you catch your breath. Thank you, Mr. Hogan. Just want to let you know that the chair is very interested and very committed to this bill. He was just called up to present another one of his bills in the Finance Committee. So He apologizes. I suspect he will watch this online later. So next up, should we go down, Ms. Curtinitis?
Yes, thank you. I am Sandra Curtinitis, the proud president of the Community College of Baltimore County and current chair of the MAC President's Council. So I am very happy to speak in support of the proposed changes to the Promise Scholarship, which will enable thousands more Marylanders to benefit from this marvelous gift. You have my written testimony, but I'd like to use my college to illustrate the challenge we hope to address. Last year, CCBC served over 48,000 students, yet because of the March 1 deadline, MHEC processing delays, and restrictive application guidelines, we were able to award just 259 Promise scholarships. Thus, an invitation to a promise has become a broken promise for many community college students. The result, the sector that serves 300,000 students annually awarded just 3,200 Promise scholarships, leaving, as we heard the chair say a moment ago, millions of Promise dollars on the table. We propose a simple fix with a long reach. One, allow community colleges to administer the Promise program. The feds trust us with Pell. You can trust us with Promise. Two, make Promise scholarships available to all students, full-time, part-time, credit or non-credit. With an average age of 36, 89% of CCBC students attend part-time. Unless this bill is passed, that single metric excludes 43,000 of the 48,000 CCB students who will never be able to even apply, and that is a dream denied. Three, remove the March 1 application deadline. Most community college students are working adults unaware of a high school deadline set for graduating seniors. And four, eliminate the FAFSA requirement for workforce credentials by substituting alternate income verification. CCBC has 136 different workforce certifications, only 4 of them are Pell eligible. Maryland's community colleges are asking you, please, to support this legislation.
Curtinitis. Mr. Power.
Thank you, Chair Kagan, members of the committee. I'm Matt Power, president of the Maryland Independent College and University Association, here in support of Senate Bill 662. We're very encouraged that the bill will result in more guaranteed access grants for more Marylanders. The Guaranteed Access Grant is the most life-changing grant that the state of Maryland provides to any of its residents. The bill's changes will increase access to the grant dramatically, and that's extremely encouraging. You have our detailed written testimony. I'm just going to hit on a few highlights. In the bill is introduced, there will be instances that a dozen schools could be doing the same verification on the exact same student. We believe that having MHEC produce a list of GA eligible students and providing it to campuses will dramatically reduce the duplicative effort in the bill as introduced. We also believe the bill needs to explicitly grandfather existing EA students to ensure that their educational progression isn't negatively impacted or terminated. The bill does place a significant unfunded mandate on our institutions to implement a program that is currently administered by MHEC. The bill directs the governor to include funding for financial aid offices, but only at public institutions of higher education, yet the exact same staffing burden is being placed on the financial aid offices at our nonprofit institutions. As a matter of fairness, we'd certainly appreciate it if the committee would consider our campuses being eligible for funding to administer this state program as well. Lastly, we appreciate the 2-year delay in the effective date for the bill. Changing the GA program to a campus-based program is a significant undertaking. We recommend that the bill create a work group of all the segments of higher education that you see here, MHEC and our financial aid practitioners who can dig into the weeds on this bill and make sure that when we're there, we're ready, we're set, and no students are negatively impacted. Thank you very much for your time, and we look forward to working with you on the bill.
Phillips, you have a.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Kagan and members of the committee. First, let me start by thanking the sponsor on introducing this legislation. This has been something that we have looked forward to for a long time and think we can do significant work in awarding Promise scholarships. My name is Brad Phillips. I'm the Executive Director for the Maryland Association of Community Colleges. On here behalf on all 16 community college presidents in support of the legislation on decentralizing the Promise Scholarship. You know, student debt is a major hurdle. It's still the #1 obstacle for many of our students to get into our institutions. But not only is student debt an obstacle, those that even look at having to borrow money refuse to do so and never even enroll. You heard the sponsor speak to the amount of money being left behind. It's in the Promise Scholarship. We really do think that it's time to allow the community colleges to do this work. We can do it. You heard Dr. Kurtnitis say, if the feds can trust us with the Pell, you can trust us with the promise. And we can really open this up to not just students in credit, but also students in our continuing education courses and our part-time students. And you also have a list of friendly amendments that we think will really change the way in which we can actually award financial aid. We're really looking at maybe decoupling ourselves with the Howard P. Rawlings Educational Excellence Award, pulling that funding into the Promise Scholarship and directly applying that to our students. We think we know our student population better. This will decouple all of the sort of if-then scenarios on how students have to navigate financial aid, and we can work with them directly at our financial aid offices and give them the counsel they need and the support to help them file their FAFSA and to give them a Promise Scholarship so they can go directly into our institutions and not have to borrow. And with that, I will stop and thank you very much and urge a favorable report.
Phillips, and before we go to David Horn, while we're talking about FAFSA, can we please, may I, on behalf of colleagues, I believe, implore all of you to help spread the word about legislative scholarships. It's amazing how much of our money goes unclaimed. It's not multiple millions perhaps, but it's probably a lot. And there are talented students who could use a little bit of an extra boost. So.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. David Horn from Towson.
Yes, hi, I'm Dave Horn from Director of Financial Aid at Towson University. Thank you, Madam Chair, for this opportunity to speak about this bill and an opportunity to improve how we administer the Guaranteed Access and Educational Assistance grants. One of the most important things we need to fix with these grants is the timing. Students start the process of doing a FAFSA to apply for financial aid, and then schools make offers about their federal aid and their institutional aid, but we're not able to list these access grants because they're not being offered until mid-April. And that's more a function of how the program is structured and not who is making the awards. And so we need to make sure that no matter what we do, we change how the program is structured so that awards can be made earlier. Then students can see what all their aid offers are and make informed decisions about that process. The next thing that we have to be careful in how we administer it is, as much as possible, we want to keep it simple. Students do the FAFSA, schools get the FAFSA, MHEC gets the FAFSA, and offers are made. A portion of applicants, a small portion of applicants, are going to need to submit some additional documentation to confirm the accuracy of the data on the FAFSA, but we want to make sure we limit that and only do that when it's absolutely needed. And we should limit that to when the feds select those students for verification. And when they do, we should perform that verification as the feds specify and not make a bunch of extra students do verification and do a bunch of extra stuff to complete that verification. So we need to keep the process simple and get those awards to students quickly. Thank you.
Horn, I don't know if we have any Towson Tigers on the committee, but always good to celebrate this great higher education institution and all of the others as well. Any questions for the panel? And we know that the sponsor, the chair, will be back, and so we can hold questions for him. Any questions for this group? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time and your expertise and what you do every day. We have another great panel coming up. We have Jimmy Tadlock from Medical Education Resource Initiatives for Teens called Merit. Joseph Fisher, first generation college bound. Kenneth Moore, also first generation college bound. Where did you go? Jackson Vasquez Reyes from Montgomery College. Why don't you come up as well? And let's see if, do we have the seats filled? And then we have two virtual witnesses as well. Ma'am, you look confused. Are you supposed to be on this list?
Yeah, I think so, yes.
Yes, Janice Doyle.
Don't know that I see a Janice Doyle on my list.
I'm with Joe Fisher.
She's with First Generation.
Okay, well,
We're on the lines.
okay. I see Joseph Fisher. Okay, well, why don't you, and Kenneth Moore, are you substituting for one? Okay, please join us. Okay. So I think I'd like to start with Mr. Vasquez Reyes, who you all may remember that our governor gave a shout out to and talked about in his State of the State address. So great to have you back in Annapolis. You have up to 2 minutes. Welcome.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jefferson Vasquez Reyes, and I am a first-year student at Montgomery College. I am majoring in general studies for social sciences, and I aspire to be the first in my family to graduate from college. I am the son of 2 Salvadorian immigrants who could not complete their education due to war and homelessness. Because of childhood experiences, I dream of becoming a physician. As a 12-year-old, I served as a liaison and translator for my grandmother and mother who were hospitalized frequently. During those challenging times, I noticed the staff of doctors did not look like me. According to the AAMC, only 5.8% of Latinos actively practice medicine. But in 2019, I had the honor of meeting a Latino doctor in action. My grandmother became quite ill. While we waited in the hospital for the doctor, my grandmother said, "I'd rather die than do anything those doctors say." But this time, things were different. Dr. Gomez walked in and introduced himself in Spanish. After he explained everything to her in Spanish, she unexpectedly agreed to his recommendations. She finally trusted a doctor, which had everything to do with his race and ability to translate. In those 5 minutes, I saw a gap in medicine for Latinos, and I knew it was my responsibility to bridge it for others, just like Dr. Gomez did for my family. I decided to start my educational path at Montgomery College. I chose a community college because I knew the cost of becoming a doctor. I did not receive much aid from any four-year colleges, and I knew the average debt of a doctor was $215,000. My first semester at Montgomery College was free thanks to Montgomery College and other aid, which meant I could focus on my studies. Thanks to your continued support, I am closer to becoming a part of the 5.8% of Latino doctors diversifying our hospitals. Your support of making financial aid more accessible for students like me helps open the doors for those who want to make an impact. Thank you for your time.
Money, great job. Let's see, are you Mr. Fisher?
Yes, I am.
All right, Joseph Fisher, first generation college bound. Welcome.
Yes, glad to be here. I come with great passion for this bill and this legislation. And I just want to say, yes, I'm Joe Fisher. I am serve as the chair of the Maryland Alliance of College Affordability and Equity. And I'm also CEO and founder of First Generation College Bound, celebrating 33 years. Along with me is Janice Doyle, who is the advisor to the Alliance with other members to testify, students, have you. We are pleased to testify on testimony on behalf of the Maryland Alliance. We are testifying in support of SB 662 and with amendments. The Alliance believes that improvements in the state's need-based financial aid programs, the assistance grant, the education assistance grant, the guaranteed access grant, next generation scholars, and the promise scholarships are crucial and will make significant impact in the future of thousands of Marylanders and the state's economy. The Alliance members have significant experience working in this community with the students from low-income families, and we believe that the experience makes us a valuable resource as we work to improve higher education, the higher education pipeline for low-income students in the state of Maryland today and generations to come. On a personal note, like the student here, growing up in poverty, I always enjoyed helping others. My parents, with only a 6th grade and 10th grade education, raised my siblings and me, reinforcing empathy, discipline, integrity, and humility, which will lay the foundation for our success. The goal was to finish high school, which we did. College was not expected for my siblings and me. Dr. Martin Luther King advocated for the passage of the Civil Rights Act, which I was 11 years old at the time. I had no idea of the impact it would have on my life. He truly got it right as the Civil Rights Act removed barriers, freeing me from Jim Crow, enabling me to attend college, become a teacher, college coach, founder of First Generation College, which celebrates 1,000 alumni achievements, including bachelor's degrees, master's degrees, doctorates, and even a Maryland state senator. I was fortunate to have not only the positive influence of my parents, but also the dream and legacy of Dr. King. We are here today working to get it right, not for the moment, but for future generations. I said it before you today as the chair of the Alliance of Maryland College Affordability and Equity, advocating for you to leverage our knowledge and experience, removing the financial barriers for students to attend college and graduate. Thank you, and we support this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. And did he say your name was Janice Doyle?
Janice Doyle.
Okay, well, welcome, Ms. Doyle. You were not on the list, but we'd be happy to hear your testimony for up to 2 minutes.
Thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it.
Of course.
I have significant experience in student financial aid in the state of Maryland.
both at the state level, awarding state scholarships, as well as institutional level. And I have done a lot of work over the years on financial aid policy and financial aid administration. And there are many good things in this bill, and I applaud it because there are many, many problems with the way the programs currently work. And it's not providing access to many of the students here in the state of Maryland. And so we are very willing to work with the sponsor to try to find ways to make this work better. And we believe that the professionals in this matter, MHEC, the financial aid directors and so on, working with the student representatives to figure out what would work best. And some of the ideas here, making this GA campus-based, could work well, but our recommendation from the Alliance is that we actually merge EA and GA together. So you just have one program that has a sliding scale. So you don't have situations where a student who's eligible for GA one year getting $18,000, and the next year their award drops down to $3,000. It's a serious problem. So if you have a sliding scale, you don't have that. And I think we could do that with the same approach. And so we stand ready to help with the sponsors to work out these details. And I know the financial aid community would be delighted to do that as well. Thank you.
Before we take questions for this panel, if there are any, calling Jimmy Tadlock again from Merit. Mr. Tadlock hears my voice. You should come up now. And then we have 3 virtual witnesses. I'm just going to check. I think that is it. So I'm not seeing Mr. Tadlock. Are there questions for these 3 witnesses? Seeing none, I thank you for your testimony. It's good to have you here. Appreciate it. Let's move to the virtual witnesses. We have 3. Kenneth Moore from First Generation College Bound. Okay, Mr. Moore is going to be joining us. Hello, Mr. Moore. Welcome. You have up to 2 minutes to share your testimony. Glad you're here.
Awesome. Let me just stop. Okay, so hello, my name is Kenneth Moore. As you can probably tell, I'm a first generation college bound student. It is a great pleasure to be a first generation college bound student. It brings me great pride and joy wherever I go. Although there are some downsides to being a first generation college bound student. As you're well aware of, if you don't have your degree, it is very hard for you to get a job. Jobs are really not available for people that don't have college degrees. And if you do have a college, and if you do find a job, they treat you kind of like crap. At least that's what I see. Needless to say, those jobs don't pay well either. So how does a first generation college bound student like me get to go to college? It's due to my good grades and high achievements in high school, and more importantly, the GA grant. Without the grant, I would not have been able to have enough money with my FAFSA to be able to go to college. I did the math actually, and it would have took $5,000 a semester to go for $5,000 each semester to go. And as you can tell from what I stated before, I can't pull, me or my mom, because just me and her, can't pull that amount of money to be able to go to college. This is why the GA grant is so important, because it gives students that don't have the same access to funds and benefits that come that they come with a fighting chance so that they can get the job or the degree that they want. One more little bump in the road in being a first generation college bound student is that your parents don't know exactly what to do when it comes to FAFSA and getting money to go to school. And interestingly enough, when first generation college bound came around, they assisted me in being able to get the GA grant and filing my FAFSA. So I just wanted to thank them and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Are you in school now? And if so, where?
Oh, I go to McDaniel College. I'm actually currently working. I want to be an athletic trainer. So I work with the athletic training department, and I help assist with taping and if there's an injury, the splint bag, AED, all that stuff to eventually get my hours so I can go to graduate school.
That's fantastic.
Probably at Towson.
Fantastic. All right. And you heard what I said. There are almost every legislator gives out legislative scholarships. So make sure you check those out too.
Oh yeah, for sure. I really appreciate y'all having me here today. Yeah,
Absolutely.
telling my statement and my story.
All right. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Moore? Okay. Moving on. Thank you. Next witness, please, is Rachel Lustumbo from College Tracks. Ms. Lustumbo.
Yes, I'm here. Hello, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 662. My name is Rachel Lustumbo, and I'm College Success Director at College Tracks, a nonprofit in Montgomery County. We work with first-generation to college students and students from low-income and immigrant households by helping them get to and through college. We currently are working with over 1,300 high school juniors and seniors, helping them get into college and figure out a way to pay for it, and over 520 college students, 96% of them at schools in Maryland. I've submitted written testimony, so I just want to highlight our support for several important provisions of the bill. First, the elimination of the GPA, enrollment timeframes, and age limits for the Guaranteed Access Grant. We also support changes to the College Promise Scholarship, specifically allowing for the scholarship to be awarded to part-time students. Removing these barriers to the Guaranteed Access Grant and the College Promise Scholarship are positive developments, and we look forward to future collaboration with the committee to simplify the process of getting Maryland state aid to the many students who need it most. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Are there questions for this witness? Thank you. I have a quick question. Ms. Lustumbo, I don't think I was aware that that College Tracks was only Montgomery County. Has there been any effort or discussion about, replicating that in other counties?
At the moment, we actually we're in 5 different high schools in Montgomery County Public School System, and we are hoping to expand to other high schools in Montgomery County. We haven't had discussions that I know of expanding outside of Montgomery County at this time.
Okay.
Having said that, I think all schools could use assistance like the type that we give.
Sure. Well, thank you for your testimony and thank you for your work in the community. I see no questions. Thank you for being here. The next witness, there we go. The next witness is going to be Samuel Ebobise.
Here's good afternoon, Vice Chair.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me? I'm here to speak today about the critical role of community-based organizations such as First Generation College Bound that play in supporting students of low-income families in their pursuit of higher education. Without organizations such as First Generation College Bound, many students will not have access to the different resources and support that they need in order to succeed in high school and college. Growing up in a low-income household, I was faced with many barriers in order to achieve my educational goals. However, thanks to the support and guidance that I obtained from them, I was able to overcome these obstacles and pursue higher education. They helped me navigate through my FAFSA and GA grant. And as a former recipient of this grant, I can attest for the vital role it plays in making higher education more accessible to students of low-income families, as I grew up in a single household parent. With limited financial resources, the Maryland Access Grant helps me to achieve my goals and pursue my dreams without having to think about how to pay for textbooks, how to pay for schools, and other different stuff that comes with that. And I can work properly, knowing that my education is being paid for by the work I accomplish. The Maryland Access Grant helps different students from different racial ethnicities, especially immigrants, as I am a first-generation immigrant too. And the grant plays a critical role for in opening doors that were closed for me. And without organizations such as First Generation College Bound, I will not have access to these resources, and my journey to higher education will have been much more challenging. So I firmly believe that the community-based organizations are essential in opening doors and giving students the hand that they need in order to navigate through all the financial deficiencies that are being put out there. Thank you for having me.
Obise, good job with your testimony. I don't see questions for him and he seems to be gone anyway. Turning over to Senator Washington while I run up to another committee.
All right, Senator Washington, you're going to go and present your bills. Which one is the first one?
609.
Okay, we're going to start with SB 6009.
Yes.
All righty.
Panel, come up. Thank you, colleagues.
Yep. Got your panel,
Yes.
Senator?
Yes, thank you. Let's see, my folks would be, yep, they know who they are.
Yep. Okay, fantastic.
Okay, so that would be Fatima Whitmore.
She's on virtual.
Okay, great. Clinton McSherry, Clayton Rest. Okay, great. Thank you, colleagues. For the record, Senator Mary Washington here to present to you Senate Bill SB 609, Early Childhood Education Teachers Qualifications. As you all know, and I guess because of the hour, I'll be brief on this, but we all know that we continue to struggle with workforce in a number of sectors. Early childhood is in fact one of them. In fact, we just learned, I suppose, over the last 3 years, just how critical our child care and early childhood education system is to every aspect of our lives, to our economy, our social lives, our educational life. Early childhood is a unique developmental period. It requires very specific, unique teaching strategies and styles. Maryland is losing early childhood educators at an astounding rate. 2 out of 3 of over 3,000 educators who left the profession last year. That's an amazing number. I want you to see 3,000 left the profession of early childhood education last year. They cited poor pay and the lack of educational opportunities. Becoming a teacher is an expensive and extensive process, and many potential educators are opting out to choose other careers and pathways for their future pay and educational opportunities. The Learning Policy Institute reported that recruitment, hiring, and training costs $9,000 to $21,000 per educator, and fewer people are entering the profession. In Maryland, enrollment in teacher preparation programs has declined 1/3 in the last 10 years. For many teachers, the most straightforward path has been teacher certification as a bachelor degree. This 4-year degree gives you extensive classroom experience and exposure to different academic topics. However, as we've learned in many fields, the bachelor's process is difficult, expensive, and not the pathway for every aspiring educator. Until the blueprint for Maryland's features implementation, Maryland law required a bachelor's or an associate degree to become certified in early childhood education. The blueprint began the alternative pathways for educator certification to address the workforce gap in education. What is this? There is now a Maryland Alternative Preparation Program, and it's tailored to meet the staffing needs of Maryland school districts while providing the convenience necessary to attract experienced, diverse individuals. And many school districts offer alternative prep, some in partnership with 2-year or 4-year colleges, universities. Alternative prep programs differ from traditional ones, of course, but than the ones that lead to teacher certification, but not necessarily a degree. Now, what does this bill do? SB 609 will allow hold on one second. Will allow the state's what am I doing? Sorry. This ban expands the entities that may establish an alternative teacher preparation program. These entities will now include institutions of higher education and nonprofit entities, and in conjunction with the guidelines set forward by the Maryland State Department of Education. Each participant in these programs will need to complete a teacher training practicum or satisfy criteria for certification that will establish standards established by the MSDE. Now, the criteria for certification as established by MSDE can include, and this is placed in other places in the code, evaluation of knowledge and skills from prior learning, apprenticeship programs, and other experiences related to early childhood education. Additionally, registered apprenticeship jobs are where you can earn and learn. While working on the job, you receive a one-on-one full-time training from a skilled educator. An apprentice is sponsored by an employer or an association and is paid according to a progressive pay scale. By allowing apprenticeships to count towards certification requirements under SB 609, we're creating even more diverse paths for becoming an early childhood educator. Now, there is an amendment after talking with a number of people, talking with the administration and just talking with some folks, there's an amendment that you have in your packets to allow high institutions of higher education and nonprofit organizations, but to remove the Maryland State Department educator as a creator of this type of alternative pathways. This will limit the number of entities that will be allowed to create. However, MSDE will continue to set all the guidelines for these programs, and MSDE will gain the additional ability to evaluate the knowledge and skills from prior learning. SB 609 is part of a package of education bills that I'm introducing this year in conjunction with others. I believe that SB 609 is a necessary addition to improving workforce development, this workforce in our communities. The other thing that the bill does is that currently, in order to be counted towards certification, you have to do your training at a public school. So vital to our delivery of early childhood education, are our non-public or family centers. And the blueprint does profess to be interested in building a mixed delivery model. However, if we don't allow an alternative pathways that allow people to receive their on-the-job training in the job that they currently have, then we will eliminate this sector from our delivery for early childhood. So I have 3 panelists here and maybe some others that will testify to this. I apologize about in the beginning, sort of stuttering around. I just wanted to make sure that I had the appropriate amendment. So thank you. I ask for your favorable report.
Okay, thank you, Senator Washington. Now, you've mentioned that this is your sponsor panel, so we'll hear from the sponsor panel and then we'll ask questions.
And then you'll ask questions
Yep,
afterwards.
that's
Thank
okay.
you.
That works.
Great.
All right. Did you have a preference of order or you?
Let's start with Chris, the Executive Director of Maryland State Child Care Association. I would also want to say that we've been working not just the month before session, but actually at the end of session. I serve on the Early Childhood Advisory Commission. I've been on that for the last couple of years. I've listened to the frustration of a number of our providers, and over the course of this interim, we convened with some other organizations, a group of people to really think about what we could do comprehensively to improve the delivery of childhood education. As always, Maryland Family Network is always part of that, as well as others. But I just wanted to let you know that this is part of an ongoing conversation with the impacted people, with people who are providing this service. So thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Pesh,
Great.
you have
Yeah,
2
thank you
minutes.
so much. I'm Christina Push, Executive Director of the Maryland State Child Care Association and co-chair of the Office of Child Care Advisory Council. MSCCA enthusiastically supports Senate Bill 609. We applaud Senator Washington for recognizing as well as addressing educator workforce shortages, barriers, and equity concerns impacting our state, our children, and our families. SB 609 opens the door for the equitable alignment of the blueprint. Maryland needs and wants diverse teachers who are role models and look like the children they educate. We applaud the goals for mixed delivery, and Maryland says you need childcare providers to reach the Blueprint Pillar 1 recommended goals. However, there were only 90 applicants for the pre-K grants and less than 30 were awarded. This number doesn't come close to meeting the 70-30 minimum split or the final recommendations of a 50-50 minimum split to deliver pre-K. Barriers include teacher certification requirements, lack of an equitable alternative pathways to certification for community providers, lack of resources to successfully write for and administer complex pre-K grants, and funding flaws. Please see my written testimony for the Boston model that has made changes to allow for per classroom models, fee structures due to the issues with funding per slot. The development of innovative approaches to teacher preparation in Maryland will ensure that the vision of mixed delivery is realized and that further degradation of the childcare infrastructure is averted. If more licensed childcare businesses close due to the loss of 4-year-olds and eligible income 3-year-olds because we cannot compete with public schools in the pre-K arena for teachers, how will this impact the goals of Pillar 1 to increase supply of teachers and reduce the achievement gaps? We lost our kindergartners when preschool for all rolled out and we pivoted the best we could. However, we cannot survive without 3- and 4-year-olds. The unintended consequences of doing nothing includes increasing tuition for infants and toddler care, which means many families will have less access to high quality childcare and be forced into unlicensed or informal care, which is proven to have poor kindergarten readiness outcomes. Additionally, finding certified teachers is a challenge everywhere. According to the University of Maryland College Park and the School of Education, adjunct faculty in early childhood education, over the past 2 years, the capacity of incoming students has been 25 and up to 25 and has only had 12 potential teachers enrolled. MSCCA recommends a favorable committee report on SB 609.
Thank
And
you, Ms.
I'll turn it
Bush.
over to my colleague.
Okay, please, you have 2 minutes. And please tell us your name and be good started.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Tiffany Jones, and I'm a family child care provider participating in the Aspire program in Montgomery County. I have been a successful, high-quality family child care program for the last 17 years. I'm accredited by the National Association of Family Child Care, a level 6 credential, and a level 5 excels. I currently care for 7 children in my family child care program, 5 of whom participate in the pre-K portion. I'm here today to ask you to support SB 609. You have my written testimony, so I'd like to take my time to tell you about my program and why this bill matters to me and my colleagues in family child care. The philosophy of my program is based on the belief that a child's early experience enrich and stimulate future growth. Children deserve to be treated and respected as individuals in an environment that is warm, welcomes reason, exploration, question, and imagination. The families that I serve become part of my extended family, where we, the parents and myself, work in partnership to meet the social, educational, emotional, and physical needs of their most precious investment, their children. Although I have a bachelor's degree in early childhood education, the student teaching requirement is preventing me from becoming P3 certified. As a divorced single mom and sole provider for 3 wonderful children, I cannot afford to close my program to student teach. I am not alone in this predicament. Many highly educated and experienced providers who have been operating high-quality programs are also in this precarious situation. The pre-kindergarten alternative teacher preparation program will be essential for the inclusion of family child care providers in MSDE's diverse delivery of pre-K as envisioned by the blueprint. We must be innovative in thought to work to remove barriers to allow family child care providers like myself to achieve the needed certifications to be fully included in the equitable mixed delivery system, moving Maryland closer to the goal of an equitable and diverse mixed delivery system. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones, for your testimony. If you had written testimony, I don't see it in the bill file. If you could make sure to get it there, that would be wonderful. We can move on now. To Mr. McSherry, a couple minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable members. Good afternoon. My name is Clinton McSherry, and I'm the Director of Public Policy at Maryland Family Network, a statewide early childhood advocacy organization. Thanks for this opportunity to testify in favor of Senate Bill 609. You do have my written testimony, so I'll be very brief. We are eager to support this and other important measures to lower barriers that stand in the way of high-quality childcare programs participating in the expansion of public pre-K. The establishment of public-private pre-K partnerships is a critical component of the blueprint for Maryland's future. In addition to some of the considerations Ms. Push identified, I'd like to say that the importance of these public-private partnerships, the mixed delivery system is another term for that, is fourfold. First, it allows school systems to focus funds on instruction rather than the enormous new capital expenses associated with building new classrooms, retrofitting old classrooms to accommodate 3- and 4-year-olds, and acquiring new school bus fleets. 2, it better meets the wraparound care needs of working parents, since even a full day, that is 6.5-hour pre-K program, does not really align with most parents' work days. 3, it incentivizes the expansion of quality for all children served in the community-based programs, not just the pre-K population. And 4, it avoids undermining the affordability of childcare for children birth through 3. Lowering the barriers to childcare participation, I hasten to add, will not diminish quality standards, but rather give providers and the state new and necessary flexibility in determining that the standards are met. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will thank you for your time and attention and be happy to answer the questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Senator Washington, you have two folks who are virtual.
Yes.
Who are on your sponsor panel. Would
Yes.
you want us to hear from them now?
Yes, please.
Okay, fantastic. Well, first we have 2 minutes for Ms. Whitmore.
Hello, greetings, EEE Committee. My name is Fatima Whitmore. Thank you, Senator Washington, for leading this bill. I am a Baltimore County family child care provider. I am also a leader with SEIU Local 500, leader in our early learning division. I am here for my own testimony. My colleagues have said all the data that you all have. I personally have a degree, an associate degree in early childhood development. I also have a bachelor's degree in early childhood education. I took a human development track. What that incurred is I did not have to do 1-year teaching experience. I did 4 semesters of field-based learning, which required all the same things in a private preschool setting. However, I go to apply for my Maryland licensure for certification, and I do not qualify. I do not qualify because of 1-year teaching experience. This was very disappointing, and I am not unique. As you see Tiffany on the panel, there are hundreds of us out here. We're doing the work. During COVID, we showed up for Maryland. We need Maryland to show up for us. We don't have 1 year to leave our programs unpaid to try to get this experience in a 1-year teacher setting in a public school. I am also a member of the Aspire program. We deliver the pre-K 3 and 4-year-old programs every day. We have coaching teachers, and this is a curriculum approved through Maryland. We're asking for some leeway to support us with a realistic alternative program so we can meet the requirements needed for Maryland licensure for pre-K through 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Whitmore, for your testimony. We will next hear from Ms. Reyes. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you to our sponsor, Senator Washington, for giving me the opportunity to testify today as well. My name is Carolina Reyes, owner and director of Arco Iris Bilingual Children's Center in Laurel, where I serve 47 families. My testimony is for this field that I adore, which needs to be seen and pay attention to and be understood as an important foundation for education. I am here to ask for equitable pathway, which will include the diverse group of early educators that work in our field. As you may know, the majority of our childcare providers are Brown and Black women, and many of them immigrant teachers like me. They are the foundation of our system, which prepares more children to be ready for kindergarten. Many of them already possess degrees or are willing to enter the path of acquiring more certification and higher education. However, the reality is that many do not have the resources to acquire the needed education or do not have English proficiency to attend English-only colleges. Maryland wants culturally and linguistically responsive schools. We can do this by embracing education in all languages to really see the benefit of dual education, bilingual education. We must ensure that children can see themselves represented culturally and linguistically by their teachers. We cannot forget the relationship we establish with our families because we speak their languages. What about those teachers who have been working in the field for many years? Why not provide college credit for work experience? Many universities value this and help the non-traditional students to get college credit for their experience. We also need to attract people to the field by elevating the field as much as possible and talk about childcare, teaching our community that early childhood education starts at birth, and having a strong social emotional foundation which allows for all healthy mental start to a child's life as key as success. And all this cannot be done by improving compensation for our teachers as well. The blueprint is a great idea, but we need to modify it to make it much better and with a mixed delivery system in mind. Thank you so much and I would like for you to support this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Reyes, and all the members of the sponsors panel, members of the committee. With any questions, Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Washington, thank you for this bill. And we've been participating in meetings about the challenges with childcare. And so two questions. I first want to make sure I understand the bill. So I have a question for you, Senator Washington, and then for Mr. McSherry from our last meeting on this. As far as the bill goes, as I understand it, this alternative teacher preparation program to receive your early childhood education certification. We have the alternative teacher preparation program, this alternative already, but what we're doing is allowing it to be used specifically for childhood education certification.
correct.
So I
Yes,
do understand
correct.
that.
Yes.
Okay. Then, Mr. McSherry, going back to the meeting we participated in, it was really focused on our challenges on the Eastern Shore, which we know is statewide. We started to get into in that meeting all the challenges with the shortage of childcare providers, everything from some of the federal regulations that we were running into to if we didn't have enough childcare providers, you would have to possibly look at capital construction to expand your schools, which is, I think, a road that we'd rather not go down.
That's right.
So when you, as you see this, especially given the meeting we're coming off of, how much will this bill, do you think, address the shortage?
It's a linchpin, I would say, Senator Carrozza. And I say that I would just like to go back to one thing you just said. There are not enough childcare providers. Actually, there probably are enough childcare providers. Not entirely, but the problem is those childcare providers can't participate in the expansion of public pre-K because of the barriers. This bill is all about reducing those barriers to allow them to participate in public pre-K. So, you know, we would have to get into numbers on the shore and some of the counties that you represent, but yeah, I mean, there are childcare providers there. They're probably not enough, but at least this allows them to participate a lot. It doesn't have to be all in public schools, is what we're saying. Yeah, please.
And this, maybe whoever can answer this. So that's interesting to me. You're saying that there may be enough childcare providers if they can be certified to then go in and do the pre-K with the blueprint.
Yes.
And so that's a bit of new information.
We could
I mean, so I guess what I want to know is that would the plan be to go and see of those that are existing to get them certified, but then this would also allow for recruitment, as I would see.
Absolutely.
Could I just
Please.
say, we have lost providers due to COVID that have just gone out of business. So that is one. So maybe at one point we had enough. I think the broader argument is that we have to allow the people who are currently providing good quality early childhood education to benefit we have to give them a pathway to become certified and to become in line with the requirements in the blueprint. If we don't, we will lose those people and then we won't have enough. I think that might be a
I
way
think
to
that's
say
a
it.
really good answer,
Okay.
Senator.
It is both.
They're
It's not
related.
either or.
They're related issues, but I think one of the things that the meetings that we've been talking about, Senator Carrozza, a lot of them have been focused on the fact that we don't have enough slots to expand public pre-K the way the blueprint requires us to do. Does that sound right?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Oh, you. Oh, sorry. The recommendation in the blueprint is this year was a 70-30 minimum split, 30% into private community-based programs and 70% public school. Most jurisdictions couldn't meet any of those waivers. I mean, couldn't meet those recommendations, so they asked for waivers. Waivers shouldn't become commonplace. We have 7,200 childcare programs licensed in our state that are working, and we have 2 people that just told you that they're in this Aspire program, which they already provide a pilot for public pre-K and family childcare. But there are many barriers, and that's what Senator Washington is trying to address. We can do this and stay within our programs and do a residency if we have to tweak the blueprint in order for us to move forward. That's the problem.
Okay, colleagues, any other questions from members of the committee for the sponsors panel? All right, hearing none. Thank you so much for your testimony. Is Christopher Cano here? Okay, we have one more witness, Christopher Cano. Welcome, sir, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Christopher Cano, SEIU Local 500. Look, I'm not going to belabor it. You've heard the points today. The fact is, thank you to Senator Washington for her leadership on this bill. You know, the fact is that this state is falling short in what it needs with its child care providers and be able to meet the requirements in the blueprint. And this will help eliminate those barriers to make sure those needs are met in the blueprint. So we ask for you fully support and a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir, for your testimony. Any questions for the witness? All right, hearing none, that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 609. We'll turn it back to our chair. All right.
And again, my apologies. I got called up to do another bill hearing in the middle of that prior bill hearing. I don't think I've ever had that happen before, so it was a first. So my apologies to everybody. But we're going to have Senator Washington again on Senate Bill 610. And we've got Samantha Swirling. Is she here?
Might have lost. Oh, yes, there we go. Yes, I have some of my.
Okay, let's just, I've got her and Lauren Lamb designated as your sponsor panel.
I mean, if there's anybody else here, I'm fine. with
Yeah,
it
okay.
as Well,
Well,
So-
John Wollums had signed up favorable with an amendment,
Yes.
but so he's here. Okay, it's all yours, Senator Washington.
Thank you, colleagues. I'm here to ask for your favorable report on SB 610. Over the last 3 years, our committee and our Senate body has really wrestled with a response to the COVID pandemic. Even before this paradigm shifting event, when it came to public education, which is our constitutionally mandated responsibility, we have been flexible in developing policy and laws and budgets in response to the changing and the evolving social, economic, and environmental conditions in our state and our country. From wearing masks to vaccinations, or whether graduations would be held in a football stadium or in each family's front yard, we did our best we could to maintain the traditions and the standards that made our Maryland schools some of the best in the country, while keeping our students safe and teachers and staff safe and happy during the most turbulent of times. So as we approached or dealt with the pandemic, we were fearful, of course, that schools might become sources of large COVID-19 outbreaks. Many districts abruptly switched to distance learning in the middle of spring 20. I just want us to reflect that in about a week or so, we will we will mark 3 years where this body ceased our operations and the world as we all knew it came to an end. While the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic disrupted student learning in the spring of 2020, nationally, it impacted nearly 55 million students from kindergarten to 12th grade. It also magnified significant inequities in our system and in our society. And Maryland was no different. Let me take you back there again for a moment. Schools scrambled to quickly shift online, develop remote learning opportunities in response to the emergency and uncertainty of the pandemic. After a tumultuous spring semester of almost mostly virtual instruction, school leaders and communities across the state debated over the summer as whether or not it would be possible to reopen safely on our campuses on the fall amid the ongoing disruption and threat. So our entry into virtual learning, virtual schooling was not well considered, and it was quite literally survival. Beyond their academic function, however, schools play a central community role in Maryland. It's getting back to both standards and quality. Our schools often help students meet their nutritional needs, connect families with other social services, and provide critical childcare for parents, not just during school hours, but before and after the regular school day. The abrupt shift to virtual schooling thus marked not only an important potential disruption to academics, but also the temporary closure of institutions that provided a social and educational need for our families. So as we're considering and thinking about virtual education and our evolution of that, we have an opportunity to do it in a more considered, deliberate way. During the interim of 2021, the Education Subcommittee of EE, some members of it, worked with our former chair to listen and hear from educational leaders across the state about the range of virtual learning programs and experiences being offered in our public schools. The idea of the work group was to consider and create parameters post-pandemic using the lessons we learned during the pandemic, and we were going through it still. There was and still is an overwhelming desire for normalcy through brick and mortar in-person learning. Much like our work group, I hear the concerns and aspirations regarding virtual education and believe this bill addresses them all. As we deliberate these issues, I'd like to reiterate that student learning outcomes and needs must be central to this discussion. They are Maryland's future. One issue with virtual learning is that teachers cannot catch up with the technology during the pandemic. They were forced to dive into the virtual education world without training. This bill works to address that gap in skill sets for educators by mandating training for teachers that are working within the virtual education platform. Also, we found that we really didn't have a clear definition of what a virtual school was or what virtual education was. We found courses and programs and extracurricular activities and all manner of offerings all under this umbrella of virtual schools. We felt very strongly that we needed to begin. I say again, this bill is not the end of what we do in virtual education. It is the beginning, a solid beginning of what we can do. Because we know that and feel strongly that there must be a statewide policy on virtual education. Virtual education, when done correctly, can increase educational opportunities and flexibility. But getting virtual education wrong would result in dismal outcomes and widening educational inequities. Too many other states have rushed virtually into virtual education, and we should learn from their mistakes. Some of the research shows that online learning is simply harder for most students whether they are advanced or struggling, and that even students who struggle in person are likely to do so even more online. But it also provides some promising practices, including focus on synchronous instruction. Again, this bill focuses, we talk about it being synchronous. You cannot simply give some PowerPoints and tell a student to do their workbook. I'm an adult, I have to take synchronous online courses because I need to have someone there with me as I'm going through it. And I need the dialogue. And our students should have that as well. And also, we must make sure that there are specific efforts to keep people engaged. So we need to access the world of virtual education deliberately, methodically, and with research, and ensure that our students' academic success is there. When it comes to our public school systems will enter into this new mode of learning, we have that responsibility. So this bill enters that maintains a value, there are a set of values that we have had in the state of Maryland when it comes to our school systems, that they are public entities, that our local jurisdictions, unless there is a significant reason why they should have the authority to establish the programming and the curriculum of their local schools, that there is an opportunity now to improve cybersecurity by really having some ways of addressing and increasing cybersecurity provisions. That is in this bill, and I'm sure we can do more. Also, we have the opportunity, and I believe we have not addressed in this bill, but we need to address it through amendment, is disability rights and punitive measures. We are getting reports and hearing about virtual schooling being used, and this is from testimony from Disability Rights Maryland, that there is a pattern of students with behavior problems being forced into the virtual schools and taken out of the classroom. There's a lack of data on this, so we need to collect that data, but we want to make sure that virtual education is not able just to become a way to extract students from school, that it is a pedagogical approach and that it's intentional. We address the number of days, virtual education and inclement weather. We do not necessarily need to adopt online specific curriculum. Again, this bill maintains the authority of the locals to determine that curriculum. That is not to say that they do not abide by our statewide regulations or ensure that there are standards that they have to abide, just like any other school. There are, again, many options. But this bill does allow for public-private partnership, just not in the running of a system of schooling. Providing services, they can partner, but a for-profit entity simply cannot be franchised out. We do not want to have that. We don't do that with our charter system, and we have one of the best charter school systems. We have the best charter school system. It's used for very specific reasons. It has high quality, high standards, and this bill maintains that. Thank you, colleagues. I look forward to having this conversation. This bill is mostly the work of this body itself over the last year, but also take into consideration some things that we've learned since then. So I ask for your favorable report, and we can have discussion after my panel.
Okay, we'll tell us who you are, and you've got 2 minutes after that.
Thank you. My name is Lauren Lamb. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland State Education Association. We represent 75,000 educators across the state, and we are in strong support of this bill. In the wake of the pandemic, we know that teaching and learning online is both possible and sometimes necessary. We also know that it brings with it unique challenges. Some of those challenges include connecting with students and their families, getting them wraparound supports, digital equity, making sure that all students actually have access to the technology that they need, and finding the appropriate and healthy balance of synchronous and asynchronous instruction. Virtual schools are here to stay, and we therefore owe it to the students and families who need a permanent virtual environment to make sure that these schools are living up to the free and appropriate public education that they are entitled to. So Senator Washington has covered a lot of the priorities in this bill. I want to highlight a couple more. This bill would ensure that virtual schools are open to all students and reflect the diversity of the county. It would provide full access to technology and extracurricular services, a conversation we had just earlier today. It would guarantee training on virtual instruction for teachers, as the senator mentioned, and require that teachers would not be required to teach in person and online simultaneously, which unfortunately was an impossible situation that some of our members were put in during the pandemic. It would require that virtual educators are employees of the county board with all the protections and expectations that entails, so that private contractors are not teaching our students. They may be living out of state and not have a connection to the local community. Finally, this bill would require MSD to research best practices for virtual learning. As the senator mentioned, this is the beginning of a conversation, and we urge you to support this bill in its form. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for either the sponsor or our single panelists? Senator Carozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think you were at the Finance Committee when we had the last virtual education bill that Senator Hester presented. And during the time, I just gave a little bit of background in that, given it was the blended virtual school in my district that was on the chopping block last year, that we had a lot of discussion about that. That is just as way of background, the way we're organized on the Eastern Shore is that we have all 9 public school systems in the Eastern Shore Maryland Educational Consortium. And back in the pandemic in 2020, they call it SMAC, the Eastern Shore Maryland Educational Consortium, went forward in putting together the first blended virtual program, first in the state of Maryland. They were encouraged to do that by then the prior state superintendent, as well as the Department of Education. And we had a teacher on loan from the Wycomico County Public Schools, and we had 352 students involved from grades 6 through 12. I give that as way of background because when it came time for whenever the work group met before the bill, this program was underway. Last year's bill had a provision that would eliminate the ability for the blended virtual program to partner with because it was a for-profit. And so therefore, there was a provision in the bill that would eliminate that program from going forward, which of course, we vehemently opposed, the 9 school districts, because that was what we had worked out at a local level. We absolutely agreed with the state superintendent, the current state superintendent got involved last year and got on the record to say he was okay with a partnership with a for-profit as long as the students were meeting the performance goals. And so there's general agreement in that, and that is the provision that is in Senator Hester's bill. I just, given that as soon as I saw virtual education, got immediate headache, but I've calmed down and I'm looking at this now. I have carefully gone through the testimony of those who have been involved with this. And I'll ask the same question to the Senate sponsor that I asked of Senator Hester, but the public school superintendents went through and they are raising the question. Number one, they obviously believe that the Maryland State Department of Education should be at the forefront of promulgating these regulations. And they're raising the question of whether you even need legislation. Heard the state superintendent's response was he probably has the authority to do this without legislation, but mentioned the benefit of having legislation with safeguards. So I put all that out there because, as you mentioned, there's history to this, and some of the history did not benefit my constituents. So I want to really go through, and whatever we do on virtual education, make sure it's really giving as much flexibility to the local jurisdiction as possible. So that same question that I asked Senator Hester, I think is fair to ask of you as well.
And Senator, that's why I took some time to take us back to that time and recall that we did jump into a lot of things just to survive, just to get it done, to get the kids educated, to figure it out. So there's just all kinds of things. But now we're stepping back and have an opportunity to say, going forward, we need to understand what is virtual education, what are these programs, what is a school, and what are the rules, what are the values, what are our standards. And so if we apply the standards that we apply to other innovations, which the most recent really substantive one was charter schools in the 90s, we maintained that they were public, that they were not to have any for-profit entities, that the teachers would be certified, that the locals had most of the control, again, that the state had to approve, but that the local boards of education made that decision about what they would look like and how many they would have. Here, even though we say that we just want at most one virtual school with the definition that we have, there's also a provision to allow for there to be some flexibility there. To the point, the bill does not call for the closure of the school that you're referring to, much like the blueprint does not call for the closure of our early childhood centers that are not currently in compliance, but it does require that they come into compliance with the existing law. And so this is the same approach here. So in section, I guess it is page 21, section 3, line 10 through, we talk about that the school, the consortium can continue, but then it also says the virtual school that is authorized to continue operations through section 1 is encouraged to seek all available opportunities to bring the school in compliance. So if the school comes in compliance, you have an opportunity to be grandfathered in if it comes into compliance. That's what it was passed as last year. That's what it's passed as this year. So one, it can be in compliance. And then two, the regulation. I think I recall just a couple of days ago, our superintendent asked us to codify regulation because he had no ability to actually enforce it. So which is it? Can he enforce regulation or can't he? And since there's some debate there, we don't know, it is our authority, our constitutional authority to provide for public education. And that's it. So it is our responsibility to do it.
I'm not sure if you've had the opportunity to read all the testimony from.
I absolutely
Okay.
have. And I'm very
So
sympathetic.
when you look at what the superintendents, they say a major concern is the requirement that county boards may only contract with a nonprofit to provide services for a virtual school. We understand the intent is not to allow a for-profit entity to operate and manage a school system's virtual school or to replace Maryland teachers in LEAs. However, services could mean a variety of other things, including curriculum development, material development, and they go as far as to say the state's learning management system, the state's own learning management system, Canvas, is owned by Instructure, a for-profit education technology company. So, if we're going down the road that we, kind of already beat last session, I don't think that's healthy at all, because it's again, not respecting the fact that you have a 9-county local educational consortium that is worked through some of the issues that have been raised, as the state superintendent acknowledged.
I hear you. I think it is respected, because if it wasn't respected, it would just say that it was in violation and require you to close. But that would not be in the interests of the families or the children. However, ensuring that there are that every school or every school that is calling itself a virtual school be a public school, and that everyone be in compliance with that. Now, to your observation about how services can be thought to disallow some of the things you enumerated, that's an amendment, and we should make that adjustment to really clarify that their services can be provided, products can be purchased, which is what the intent was. So maybe the language doesn't say that, but it was very clear that there should not be a private operator where a school, the goal here is not to have a private operator of a public school in Maryland.
Okay, Senator Hester.
Thank you. And thank you for the bill. And thank you for your time talking to me, Senator Washington. My question is for you, Ms. Lauren from MSEA. So in your testimony, you talked about how important it was to have Maryland certified teachers and have the members be members of the local collective bargaining unit. And I just wanted to say that I believe that is true also in the bill that I proffered. I think actually everything you mentioned in your testimony is also true about the bill that I have offered. My question is, would you be willing to sit down and look at some of the differences between the two bills? And does MSEA have a position on any of those differences?
Absolutely. And I didn't quite get to it in my testimony, but our primary concern in the differences is about private contractors being used to operate or administer the schools, as we just discussed. So that is our priority area, but I'd be happy to discuss it further.
Okay, any additional witnesses for Senator Washington or our witness? Okay, seeing none, we do have one. We have one witness signed up virtually. Unfavorable. Alexandria, are you going to be able to? Alexandria McCone? You found her?
Yes.
Okay, if we can pull her up. Okay, hold on.
Sorry about that.
Yes, we found you. Okay, so Ms.
Sorry.
McCone, you've signed up unfavorable on this bill and you've got 2 minutes.
Alrighty, thank you. So I spoke earlier on the other bill over this topic, and I won't bore you with the same information. I do need to change to favorable with amendment because the only issue I have with this bill is the information about the inclement weather policy. This is just because it does not take into account the fact that parents are working now, unlike when during the pandemic everyone was home and they could help with the virtual education. They can't do that now. And that's why I am favorable with that information taken out. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for our witness? Okay, seeing none, that concludes, let me double check here. I believe that concludes the bill hearing, Senate Bill 610. We have somebody, we do have, I think, from Senator Hershey's office, that will take us to Senate Bill 402. Senator Hershey has sent his designee. And I see Senator Reedy in the back, in the queue. Okay, so we're going to go with you. Tell us your name, and you know you're here on behalf of Senator Hershey, but tell us who you are.
Yes, I am Daniel Granzo. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm here on behalf of Senator Hershey to introduce the Senate Bill 402, Kent County Board of Education student member. Senate Bill 402 codifies a non-voting member of the Kent County Board of Education into statute and specifies the selection method and responsibilities of the student member. The student will serve a one-year term that begins on July 1st, 2024. The student must be a resident of Kent County, a junior or senior at Kent County High School, and will be elected by the high school students at Kent County High School. There is a technical amendment in file to match Senate Bill 402 to its cross file House Bill 402. Senate Bill 402 is supported by the Kent County Commissioners, the Kent County Board of Education, and the Kent County Delegation. I ask for a favorable consideration, and I can direct you to my panel for their testimony and any further questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions for the witness, the representative, Senator Hershey? Yes, Vice Chair Kagan.
Senator Hershey told us to ask you a lot of impossibly difficult, challenging questions just to
Great.
stump you, right?
Great, yes.
Well, we're glad you're here. Congratulations on presenting this bill to us. Thank you. And I'm glad
Thank you.
you're an intern with a thoughtful colleague.
Great, thank you.
I actually think this is your second time. Weren't you here
Yes.
last? This is second time here.
Yes.
So. Yes, okay. Okay, all we have are virtual witnesses, so we're gonna start with Dr. Karen Couch. Dr. Couch, you've got 2 minutes and you're signed up Fable with an amendment.
Right. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Madam Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the EEE Committee. Thank you to Senator Hershey for introducing this bill. My name is Karen Couch, and I'm the superintendent for the Kent County Public Schools. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Senate Bill 402 as amended. There should be an amendment that was introduced as well with regard to the student being allowed in closed session. The Kent County Public Schools Administration and the Kent County Board of Education submitted a request to revise the education article in order to recognize our student board member as a member of the Kent County Board of Ed. While the student member of the board is currently the current education article is silent about the student board member, and this would make it a bona fide member of the Kent County Board of Ed. While KCPS supports recognizing the student board member as a member of the Board of Education, the amendment makes it clear that the student member of the board will not be allowed into closed session. Under the general provisions, Article 3-305B, the board has the statutory authority to close the meeting under 15 exceptions. In reviewing the exceptions for closing a meeting, the Kent County Board of Ed, as did our legal counsel, believed that it would not be appropriate for a student member of the board to be included in any confidential discussions as outlined in the 15 exceptions for closing a meeting. Therefore, the Kent County Board of Education, the Kent County Public Schools supports Senate Bill 402 as amended and recommends favorable report with the amendment that was presented by Senator Hershey. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Dr. Couch? Senator Lewis Young.
I'm not sure who to direct this question to, but whoever wants to answer it is fine.
why not allow the student to have limited voting rights as well? You could eliminate voting on budgetary issues, on personnel issues. Many counties already give the student, if not full, at least partial voting rights. Otherwise, the student is really in the position of being an observer with a fancy title. And I think it would be an excellent experience and highly representative of the student body to have some limited voting rights. So I'm interested in the rationale of not including that.
Okay, I'll answer that. While we wrote that it was a non-voting member, we do have in our board handbook that we do allow advisory votes. So we do log, we have been allowing the student board member to vote on those limited areas. And we noted in the minutes that he has an advisory vote with regard to certain aspects that you noted. He's not allowed to vote for budget, personnel, you know, those issues, but we do allow the student member to provide an advisory vote on policy, on, you know, like we had a board meeting on Monday night and you got to vote on an out-of-state or excuse me, an overnight trip with the wrestling team. So we do allow limited voting for our a student member of the board.
Okay, thank you. I was confused because some of the amendments I saw were asking for that. So thank you for
Okay,
that.
Vice Chair Kagan.
Actually, I do have substantive questions and I'm going to toss them into Dr. Couch, but either of you can answer. So line 16, 17, it says specifically that the student member must be a student government association representative. I wonder if you happen to know whether other counties have that requirement. That seems awfully limiting, and representative could be, you know, determined or defined in different ways. And then lines 20 and 21, advise the county board on the thoughts and feelings of students in the Kent County Public School as opposed to expressing opinions on policies.
Right, right. Well, a lot of the drafting for the language of the bill we're taking from other counties. We looked through the educational articles that were already approved by the legislature and took a lot of those pieces and lifted them and put them in our bill as well. And that it was reviewed by our legal counsel, and that was just something that was placed in. I mean, I guess maybe there could be a better way of wording that, but that is what is already in educational article for other school systems.
Thank you, Dr. Couch. That's what legal counsel has said. I'm a little astonished and a little bit concerned that that's typical language, but thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to go through again. We've got 3 more virtual witnesses, starting with Madison Messick. Madison, we see
Hi.
you got 2 minutes, Madison.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I wanted to thank you all for the opportunity to speak. My name is Madison Messick. I'm a student at Kent County High School, and I'm here in support of Senate Bill 402 and altering the status of the student member of the board. I'm in my 2nd semester of the junior year and have been a part of the Student Government Association my entire high school career. In the last 2.5 years, I have heard one repeated request, and that is to be heard. So when I was asked to testify for this bill, I jumped at the chance to be a voice for those students. Many of us, myself included, are wondering why would this bill even be opposed? Plenty of other counties in Maryland allow their student member of the board legal rights. Why is Kent County any different? Our county may be small, but it is full of passionate individuals. I have watched many of these passionate students be advocates and provide priceless input on major decisions that heavily impact our students. Decisions that without those students' opinions would negatively alter the school. The individuals that are elected may be some of the most qualified people that offer opinions on a system they participate in every day. Who knows more about school than a student? Every student deserves a voice in their education, and a legal student member of the board will provide that for our students. Being able to witness representation that values the student body and relates to our experiences is essential for a successful school system. All we want is to be heard. I urge you to vote favorably for Senate Bill 402, along with the amendment to allow the SMOB into the portion of closed session if voted by the majority of the board. Thank you all for the opportunity, and I'm here for any questions you have.
Okay, any questions for our witness? Okay, seeing none, we're going to next go. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go next to Braden Wallace.
Hello, can you hear
Mr.
me?
Wallace, you got 2 minutes.
All right. Hello, my name is Braden Wallace, and I'm the student member of the board of the Kent County Public Schools. I'm here today to testify in favor of Senate Bill 402 with amendments. House Bill 402 was proposed to alter the membership of the Kent County Board of Education to include a student member and provides the initial term of the student member of the county board to start on July 1st. Student members provide valuable insight and unique perspectives on what is happening in the schools and therefore should be recognized as members. Legally recognizing the student member of the board has the support of our superintendent, Dr. Couch, and all other members of the Kent County Board of Education. Currently, the Maryland Education Code 3-801 states that the Kent County Board of Education consists of only 5 elected voting members. The student member of the board is not legally recognized in the Maryland Education Code. However, in approximately 2007, the Kent County Board of Education voted to add a student member and it was never codified. In collaboration with last year's student member, Sam Buckle, who initiated this process, I am requesting consideration to amend the Maryland Education 3-801 to include student member as a legal member of the board. Since that time, I've met with Delegate Jacobs to discuss these changes, and the Kent County Board of Education voted on October 13th to present the proposed legislation to Delegate Jacobs. Essentially, I'm asking you to vote in favor for a position that already exists in our local policy, but simply needs to be added to the Maryland Code. As stated in House Bill 402, I firmly believe that the student member of the board should be allowed into executive session when invited by an affirmative vote or a majority board. I recognize that there may be very rare occasions where student member's attendance would be granted into executive session, but I believe that having this opportunity to attend such a session should be included. I request to stop the amendment to take out language support, not allowing the student member of the board to be in closed session and allow it. And I request that the student member of the board should be allowed into closed session if invited by a majority vote.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wallace. Any questions, Mr. Wallace? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Our final witness on the bill is Joseph Getz. Mr. Getz, you're signed up favorable with amendments.
Good evening, Chairman Feldman, Madam Vice Chairman Kagan, and members of the Education, Energy, and the Environment Committee. For the record, my name is Joe Getz, and I currently serve as the school board president for Kent County Public Schools. I'm testifying today asking for a favorable report on Senate Bill 402 with amendment, where if legislation would pass, Kent County Public Schools would recognize our student member of the board as a member of the school board while not giving authorization for the student member to attend executive closed sessions of the board. I support this amended legislation as it allows our system to formalize the position of student member of the board as determined by the Kent County Public Schools Board of Education. Today, the current education article for Kent County does not formally recognize a student member of our board, and I believe it should. While I support codifying the student member of the board as a board member, I do not support allowing our student board member to have access to executive closed sessions. It is important to receive feedback and opinions from our student members as it provides varying views and helpful information regarding various topics that affect our students' everyday lives. I value that feedback and student perspective from our student members. However, in conducting school board business, there are confidential issues and matters that are discussed in executive closed sessions. The authorized exceptions to go into a closed executive session are outlined under General Provisions Article 3-305B. It would not be appropriate for a student to be in these closed sessions discussing topics that are outside of the student member of the board's purview. Again, I'm asking for a favorable report on Senate Bill 402 with amendment, which would give the recognition deserved to the student member of the board in Kent County. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today and thank you for your time.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Getz? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 402. I got to, in terms of fairness on the next bill, I got to go in the order that everybody, that the senators from the Finance Committee showed up. So Senator Reedy, you win that battle, that race. You're down here first. So we're going to go to Senate Bill 271. Notwithstanding the excellent job that Senator Kramer did on the floor defending the Feldman bill, I got to go with the order sequence.
Which you notice I stayed very quiet on.
You
Mr.
did, that
Chairman.
was good. Which is why you're first up here now. Senate Bill 271, yeah, one of the witnesses, okay, yeah, so.
Ms. Scott is
Yes.
here, Lena Morrow Scott with Maryland Civic and Education Coalition.
Okay, you can
She's
come
on my
up, Ms.
panel.
Scott. And then we've got Isabel Malizia had signed up. She's not going to be here. Then we've got 3 witnesses virtual.
Virtual,
That's
yes,
the
sir.
extent of the testimony. So Senator Reedy, you've got
Thank
the
you, Mr.
time you
Chairman.
need to present Senate Bill 271.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. It's great to see you all this evening. Here, Senator Justin Reedy, for the record, here to submit and present Senate Bill 271, which deals with establishing a Maryland Civic Engagement Program. It's a proposal to initiate the Maryland Seal of Civic Engagement Program to recognize students and schools for being civically engaged. It would establish a voluntary program to allow local school systems that promote civic readiness and civic engagement of students, would let them grant a seal on graduating high school students' diplomas. Local school systems are not required to participate in this bill. It's just establishing it as a program. They could choose a voluntary program. Now, I'm a big believer in civic involvement and giving kids early introduction into civics and how our government and our local, state, and federal government work. But where did this idea specifically originate? This was a recommendation from a 2017 task force, the Civic Architecture Symposium, that was conducted by the Maryland State Department of Education as a call to recognize the work that was being done by students regarding civics. Several states, and I've listed them in my testimony, and they are from a variety of political persuasions, have instituted, deployed, or implemented similar programs. The recommendation came out of this symposium, but it really was never acted upon. Now, I think the report came out, I want to say, in 2019, and then things don't tend to get enacted right away, and then we had a little hiccup in some things got busy in education in 2020, 2021, and 2022. So it never was acted upon. And I think it just maybe got lost in the shuffle a little bit. But at a minimum, the participating schools criterion for a Maryland Seal of Civic Engagement would require a student to receive at least 4 points in the program. And it's done by receiving a minimum of 4 points under the following layout. And I'm not going to read it all from my testimony, but there's 1 point for earning a score of 4 or 5. On one of several civic-based assessments that are listed in my testimony. There's 1 point for earning a grade of A or B in each of there's 3 high school social studies courses. 1 point for completing at least 120 hours of student service. 1 point for participating as a volunteer, either in an election campaign, voter registration, or a peaceful demonstration. Up to 3 points for participating in school-based civics-focused extracurriculars. And there's some other, and I won't go through the rest of the list, but there's several categories where you can receive points. Additionally, school systems with at least 75% of students in their graduating class who earn the Seal of Civic Engagement could be designated as a center of civic engagement and receive a banner, governor's citation, or citation from MSDE, obviously leaving that up to MSDE to figure out what's the best way to recognize them. And I would view that almost as like when we have these awards for a school that's done great in different categories, maybe get a governor's proclamation. I remember Comptroller Francho would also do something for schools that were the most efficient with how their buildings were maintained and conducted. So to recap, Senate Bill 271 would implement the Civic Architecture Symposium's recommendation to allow students and schools to be rewarded and recognized for the civic engagement and knowledge that they gain. I would respectfully request a favorable report, and I am excited to have folks here from the Maryland Civic Education Coalition, who is really one of my constituents, brought this issue to my attention and kind of got me involved with this group. And so I would like to turn it over to her, Mr. Chair, with your permission.
Okay, ma'am, tell us your name, and then you've got 2 minutes.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Lena Morelli Scott, and I'm the co-chair of the Maryland Civic Education Coalition. I am not signed up to testify out of respect for the rules and procedures here. I'm here as in support of this. But I do have my colleague Jeannie Massey, who is on Zoom and ready to testify. So if folks have questions, I would be happy to be part of the group answering them, but I won't testify.
She's in our queue, so we're gonna bring Miss Massey Yes,
Actually,
Jeannie Massey.
That's good.
Pull her up. There you are, Miss. Your name was just invoked and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Madam Chairman, I don't even know if she's back in the room yet. It's hard to tell with the cameras. And esteemed committee members, thank you for having me here today. My name is Jeannie Massey. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Maryland Civic Education Coalition. I'm sorry to say that from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. we did have a few teachers and students we had hoped would participate, and I don't think that they're still available. However, the coalition supports SB 271, which would empower school systems to honor student excellence in civic knowledge and participation by providing civic seals upon graduation. SB 271 also encourages local systems to recognize high-performing schools as centers of civic engagement. Each center of civic engagement would in turn incentivize civic excellence through urging the adoption of common sense, evidence-based practices like student access to social studies courses, voter registration programs, and participation in student services and other programs in that vein. Research tells us that students who participate in civic education and engagement, such as classroom-based activities and service learning projects, are more likely to become active citizens and trust the system and participate. Establishing a diploma seal in civics would incentivize students to go above and beyond what is required by current high school graduation requirements. Civic seals in other states serve as a signal to colleges and employers that a student has gained significant knowledge in the historical foundation of our democracy, the rights and responsibilities of citizenship, and skills such as collaboration, cooperation, and consensus building, and appreciation for a diversity of viewpoints. We acknowledge that minor changes to SB 271, such as simplifying the point system to allow a local school system to enact a plan that is manageable and equitable, would strengthen the bill. Allowing school systems to design the school recognition program would encourage flexibility across the state. We also suggest changing the name to a seal of civic excellence or achievement to highlight the prestige and the honor of the program to maximize the effectiveness among the students. And we urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 271.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Massey. Any questions? Senator Washington.
Thank you for this bill, Senator. This reminds me, I've learned about, I guess, the last few years doing some work in workforce development. Is this similar to badges that people can get now? Like if you're LinkedIn and you can have like a digital badge and it sort of signifies a certain level of competency in an area.
I think that's probably the goal.
She's shaking her head.
Yeah, I didn't sit on the task force, but I think
Okay.
Is fair to the similar concept?
I think it's a similar concept, and I think that it is intended to encourage both an individual through a diploma seal and a school to support the students who are aspiring to go above and beyond.
And then diploma seals. So do we have other seals in Maryland? I guess I could ask us, but are you aware? Do we have any now?
Yes, we do.
And Jeannie's very well versed in this. Jeannie, go ahead.
So a couple of years ago, Maryland passed a seal of biliteracy, which recognizes excellence in English language arts in a foreign language. So colleges that see the seal of biliteracy from many, many states know that a student has moved beyond proficiency to excellence. And that's kind of the grounding that we adopted when we started looking at a seal of civic excellence in Maryland. Could it be something that colleges would look at and recognize these are students who invest in their communities and will likely succeed because they build friendships and networks on campus?
Or who serve on their local school boards?
That too.
That kind of thing. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for Ms. Massey? Okay, seeing none. We had one witness, Haley Wilderson. I don't know if that was one of the students I'm not sure. She is not in the queue. Our final witness on this bill, who is here, Lois Heibel. Is Ms. Heibel? Okay, Ms. Heibel, you've got 2 minutes and you are the final witness on this.
Okay, and I'll shorten this a little bit, but good evening. I'm Lois Hebel, representing the League of Women Voters of Maryland, and we believe that to sustain our democratic form of government, we need good civic education in our schools. And We think that ensuring the future of our democratic republic is dependent on fostering civic knowledge, skills, values, and dispositions. Maryland students who excel academically in social studies and exceed expectations in volunteer and service learning should be recognized for their achievements. This recognition will serve as a concrete signal to colleges and employers that these students will engage productively as members of the community. So I think that an advantage of this bill is that it rewards the students, and it also rewards the school for having their quality civic education and involvement of students. So we support Senate Bill 271 with amendments to ensure that it is feasible for local education agencies to enact the program.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the witness? Yes. Okay, we've got a question for the sponsor from Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since you're still here, though, Ms. Hebel, you've been involved in the community and League of Women Voters for decades, and I just want to thank you for your leadership and for being with us. But my question is for the senator. I'm sorry. Did you want to?
Oh, I was just going to say, too, that I remember being involved with Baltimore Votes and Black Girls Vote in providing rewards for schools that had, well, in this case, it was balloons and donuts, I think, for schools that have participated in voter registration programs.
All right.
Some of the teachers, they were in tears because they hadn't been recognized.
Right. Well, balloons and donuts sound pretty good, but some of Senator Reedy's ideas sound even better. Senator, I just have a quick question. Looking at the list of witnesses, I don't see the Department of Education. I don't see any of our local educator. I don't see the state teachers. I don't see any of those. I wonder if you've consulted those, and specifically, I'm wondering about the effective date. July 1, I understand that you would want that for starting a school year and being ready. It seems like a little bit of a lift. And the last thing I just want to, so if you could speak to that, and I just want to say, our governor talks all the time about service is sticky and it helps build communities and all that. So, so love the idea and thank you for bringing it with us. I just would love to have you speak to the timetable.
I have not had any discussions with our teacher representative folks. This was submitted, I believe, to MSD, and I just think, in my view, for some reason, it just has not really been put as a priority. And I say that not, maybe as a mild criticism, but not really. I mean, look, there's a lot going on. And so, but I felt like, again, it was brought to me by a constituent that was involved with this. And I thought it was a great idea. As far as the effective date, I mean, happy to make adjustments on that. I agree with you. That's a little hasty, probably for what we're trying to do. But I do think it's a great tandem to what we're talking about with the service year that Governor Morris talked about. And I think it's a good combo.
I agree.
Yep. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and that bill's in this committee, so it is jive. Okay. Okay, well, I think that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 271, and we're going to take our final bill of the day, none other than the Center from Leisure World, representing Leisure World and other and the Fighting 19.
I suspect that the committee chair did not have a great experience when he was in school and may have spent some time sitting in the principal's office because he kept all the principals waiting here till the very last bill.
Well, let me before you go any further, let me see who's at the witness table. Is Teresa Ball up here? And we've got Adrian Clark Harrison, Charles Treft, and Robert Motley. Okay, and then we do have one somebody who would sign up in person but is appearing virtually, just so you know, Addie Kaufman. So any event, Senator Kramer, Senate Bill 394.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Good evening to you, colleagues. This bill is very straightforward, a great way to wrap up a long evening. Currently, there are 13 members of the Maryland State Board of Education. We have represented on that board a teacher, a parent, and a student. What we don't have represented on the board is a principal, someone from the administrative side. So this bill simply adopts the exact same process for selecting a teacher to the board, except that this would be a principal. Colleagues, I note that unless something has changed, there's absolutely no opposition to the bill and everything is favorable. So with that, the goal here is to bring a very important perspective to our State Board of Education. And I've got a great panel of principals here to share with you the relevance. Thank you.
Okay, sir, why don't we start with you and then we'll just go down to the end and then we'll pick up that virtual witness I mentioned earlier. Tell us your name and then you got 2 minutes.
Sounds great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Robert Motley from Owings Mills, Maryland, District 10, and I'm here on behalf of principals across the state of Maryland. First and foremost, I'm the proud principal of Atherton High School in Columbia, Maryland, in Howard County. This is my 17th year as principal, having served both at the middle and high school levels. Additionally, I serve as member of the executive board of the Maryland Association of Secondary School Principals. I'm on the board of the American Federation of School Administrators, and I am president of the Howard County Association of Supervisors and Administrators. And last but not least, I'm the past president of the National Association of Secondary School Principals. I want to publicly thank Senator Kramer for his foresight and for sponsoring this bill because it addresses the void of a crucial voice in the decision-making process in Maryland education, and that is the principal. Although they say it in different ways, researchers have examined education leadership, agree that effective principals are responsible for establishing a school-wide vision of commitment to high standards and success of all students. Effective principals ensure that their schools allow adults and children to put learning at the center of their daily activities. The Washington Post published results of the Pew Research Center in which the question, who do American adults trust most when it comes to providing fair and accurate information, caring about people, and responsibly managing resources? The survey looked at American views on 8 groups of people who hold powerful positions: members of Congress, local elected officials, K-12 public school principals, journalists, military leaders, police officers, leaders of technology companies, and religious leaders. What they found was that in 3 measured categories, empathy, transparency, and ethics, public school principals came out on top. I share this with you to highlight the importance of the principal voice and their necessary inclusion at the table when discussing Maryland education. One simply needs to look at the blueprint for Maryland's future.
You can keep going. We're good.
Thank you. The landmark legislation passed in 2021, which includes comprehensive changes to nearly every aspect of Maryland's public education system. However, no school principal voice was involved in its inception. Dr. Kerwin, who was the leader, admitted that the lack of a principal voice was an oversight by the commission. It would have avoided the unrealistic expectation that an assistant principal spend 20% of their day teaching, something that now must be re-examined, and it's after the fact. Last thing, I want to leave you with this caveat. The principal is the leader of the building who implements any local, state, or national initiative. We are the ones who ensure compliance and understand how to get the job done. Given this role, it is crucial that the principal be a part of the process, and that starts with a position on the State Board of Education. I, along with the organizations I represent, are ready, willing, and able to provide any information you may need, and we strongly recommend your support for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Tell us your name, and again, you've got 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Charles Treff, the principal of Mount Harmony Elementary School, a 2-time National Blue Ribbon School located in Calvert County. That's District 27. I actually live in District 37 and own property in District 38. I have quite a few connections in the state with that. I am also a member of the Maryland Association of Elementary School Principals, and I want to express my sincerest appreciation to Senator Kramer for sponsoring Senate Bill 394, which proposes the addition of a school principal to the Maryland State Board of Education. I've been an educator for 27 years, the last 10 years as a school principal. I am also proud to have served my country in the United States Marine Corps with the 1st Force Reconnaissance Company, as well as having served as a deputy sheriff for 7 years. Principals have a huge daily responsibilities. Some of these responsibilities include ensuring the safety of all students, creating a positive culture and climate in schools where all students can be successful, setting high expectations for student achievement, and collaborating with all stakeholders who have a vested interest in the school. In addition to these responsibilities, school principals will be actively involved in the implementation of the Maryland Blueprint, which is neither small in scope or cost. So why should a school principal be on the State Board of Education? The Maryland State Board of Education website states that it is committed to the transformative path forward in support of every Maryland student. Building principals create that transformative path for students in their schools every day by thinking critically, strategically, and globally. Principals understand how real-world events have negative or positive consequences on students, teachers, and the community. Principals also have a firsthand knowledge of what works and doesn't work in our Maryland schools. The addition of a school principal to the State Board of Education will be invaluable as we strategically evaluate and implement initiatives to ensure the success of all students. I strongly urge the bipartisan support of Senate Bill 394. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You can pass that mic down. Tell us your name.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Ball, and I am the Executive Director of the Maryland Association of Maryland Elementary School Principals. As a retired principal with over 40 years in education and as the representative of the MASIP Executive Board, I am here to support Senate Bill 394, which would add an acting principal as a member to the Maryland State Board of Education. This would signify to all of Maryland school principals that their voice matters and will be heard as they work to ensure students receive a high-quality education, regardless of their learning setting. Principals and school leaders matter and are essential to the success of their staff, students, and learning communities. As a member representative of those school leaders, pre-K to 12, the principal state board member would be able to express the reality of implementing board policies and legislation on an experiential level. The Maryland State Board of Education's mission is to provide leadership, set policy, and advocate for continuous improvement of Maryland's educational system. The board's mission can best be accomplished by the engagement of all stakeholders, including principals. The teacher, student, and parent voices on the board give perspective, but without principal voice, it is just perception. I would like to thank Senator Kramer in sponsoring Senate Bill 394 and thank each of you for its consideration. Passing Senate Bill 394 supports the State Board of Education in seeking stakeholder engagement and support. This will allow principals to give voice and perspective to discussion, planning, and implementation of policy. For these reasons, the Maryland Association of Elementary School Principals strongly supports passage, and thank you for your time.
Okay, why don't you pass that mic to the end?
All right. Good evening. I know I'm starving, so I can't imagine how you guys must be feeling. You've been sitting here longer than we have. I am Arian Clark Harrison. I'm here to represent Montgomery County Public Schools, where I live, also Wheaton, Maryland. I'm here to represent our principal voice, testifying as a veteran educator, 25 years of service in the field, 15 years of that in Montgomery County. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 394. As we enter the implementation phase of the Blueprint for Maryland's future, it's key that all of our voices critical to this work and its imperative success have a designated seat at the table. I am proud that teachers' voices, students' voices, and parent voices are included. They are crucial stakeholders that must be heard. Yet I'm curious as to why the principal's perspective has yet to be added to this list. Much like the other stakeholders who hold a seat on the board, principals also serve as boots on the ground, advocates who know what is required to ensure that schools are high-functioning organizations that are focused on teaching and learning. Yet, unlike the other stakeholders, principals bring a broader perspective, the big picture, if you will, of what it takes to ensure that schools have all the resources that they need: financial, staffing, curricular, building operations, safety, and security, to ensure that teachers can focus on teachers and learning, to ensure that parents feel secure in trusting schools with their most precious resources, our students, as well as ensuring that students receive a world-class education. Our schools are central to addressing societal needs, and principals are on the front line of understanding the impacts on our children. Principals are key community leaders who provide both insight and innovative solutions. Principals seek to be a part of the solution, and yet their voices are not included on the Maryland State Board of Education. At least not yet. Why should there not be a seat for this critical stakeholder? Therefore, I urge you to support Senate Bill 394 and ensure that principals' unique perspectives are elevated to the Maryland State Board of Education. Thank you so much for your time.
Where are you a principal in?
I'm a principal at Montgomery Knowles Elementary School. I've been a principal in DC Public Schools, and I served before that in Rhode Island.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions for any of the panelists? Okay, seeing none, we do have one virtual witness I mentioned, and we're going to go to that final witness of the day. Adrian Addy Kaufman is not here. Okay, well, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 394, and that concludes our work in the committee for today. Thank you, Senator Kramer, and thank you to the panel.
Thank you.
All righty then, you're done.
Thank you.
Put a fork in you.
And District 10, you said, right, sir? How are you?
Yeah,
did you vote?
Did
you vote for you? Oh, my God. I was running like I stole something. As long as it's out of session. To me, I was very impressive. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Lies. Deniability. That's one thing. But that's what But that's what he did. By the fool of people, he did nothing down there. But went back to the district and do all the warm and fuzzy stuff. Thank you very much. I thought, well, I wrote the name down. Okay. I'll contact you. Yeah, yes, I'll contact you. Well, yeah, I'll get it. Okay. Sounds good.
Be well.
Thank you.
Smith Island.
Oh, there is Smith Island. Thank you. Oh, sorry you had to take it.
I was in the Army.
Stuff happens, that's right.
Yeah. Paris Island? Where?
I went to San Diego.
San Diego.
Going west of the Mississippi.
Oh, okay, yeah.
My brother went to Paris.
Okay, yeah, because I'm originally from South Carolina.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I was in the Army. My dad was in the Army. So I made it. Well, yeah, my dad did World War II.
Okay.
Yeah, and I learned about 5 years ago. From his reading table. No, it was separation.